offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is -7 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Overnight crews had to battle an apartment building fire on 3rd Street in Mather, Greene County. So far, at least 3 people had to be taken to the hospital. They were flown to the hospital. Fire began overnight, as mentioned. Unknown the extent of the injuries of those who were injured. Unknown the cause of the fire. Cause of the fire right now under investigation. With this extreme cold in our area today, City of Pittsburgh has activated 5 healthy active living centers as warming centers today. Right now, the South Side location is open at 12th and Bingham Streets until 6:30 today. Opening at 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. today are the locations in Beachview, Greenfield, Homewood, and Sheridan. Police arrested a man from New Jersey accused of transporting roughly 40,000 stamp bags of suspected fentanyl on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. 34-year-old Gerard Peralta was pulled over in Hempfield Township, Westmoreland County for a traffic stop. This happened Thursday morning. That's when state troopers said they found the suspected fentanyl in the red bag in his vehicle with a street value of over $80,000. Peralta was denied bond. He's currently in the Westmoreland County Prison, awaiting a preliminary hearing scheduled for February 11th. Well, Pennsylvania's blood supply has been at critical levels, and the cold weather hasn't helped. Now lawmakers are considering a measure to encourage companies to hold blood drives at the office. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
The measure mirrors one from Oklahoma, where employers who hold an on-site blood drive for their employees could get a $20 income tax credit for each verified employee donation, capping it at $500,000 in tax credits each year. Northampton County State Representative Ann Flood says blood banks have seen a dramatic decrease in donations since COVID, and the proposed tax credit through 2029 would incentivize business owners to make blood drives more convenient to help increase the blood supply. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Starting Sunday, the TSA will charge air travelers who don't have a real ID, driver's license, or a passport $45 to board a plane. Here's CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
If you are among the 94% of people who show up at checkpoints every day with compliant identification, TSA says nothing should really change. But there's 150 to 180,000 people every day who show up without a real ID. They are going to have to pay this fee. You probably want to do it before you get to the airport. And if you don't, you may not make your flight.
KDK Radio News Time, 9:03. AccuWeather forecast, a cold one. Coming up.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The record cold from overnight leads to a frigid start to the weekend today with clouds and a high of 16, and it stays cloudy tonight with an early flurry and a low of just 2. Clouds break for some afternoon sun tomorrow, but it stays cold, high 21. Then Monday also looks to be cloudy much of the time with a high of 22. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This guy is all over the place. He's Lance O'Brien, and he is here today to get you connected. The inside connection, it is MediConnect, and we are on the air. And remember, everything you could ever imagine, one location, never a charge for an appointment. You have a call here, 866-391-1020, 818-888-6334. You can reach them. We always have live advisors standing by until noon on Saturdays. So let's get started. It is the end of January, but this enrollment, the open enrollment period, will go through the end of March. Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm great.
I'm great too. I am. I traveled a lot this week, meeting with some carriers and just really connecting and getting up to date with everything that's going on. And I'm happy to be here this morning.
Yeah, me too, man. So what do you think of the Steelers hire?
Well,
you're a Steeler fan. Be honest.
I am a Steeler fan. I mean, I've been a Cowboys fan all my life. Everybody can boo from their houses. I understand it. So I know a little bit about Mike McCarthy, right? So great offensive mind. Got a Super Bowl victory.
Against our Steelers.
I'm 50-50 on it. We'll see.
But one thing I know, when that moment in 3 years arrives that he needs Medicare, he knows who to call.
That's right. He's 62, and he's going to be right up the road.
Listen, I know you've been in Central PA. You've been all over this week. The brand continues to grow. Why you're so respected by these healthcare providers is because you get the job done. But how much satisfaction does it give you when you have others that are becoming prominent in the marketplace throughout the Commonwealth that want to meet with you?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. Some days I'm, honestly pinching myself.
I get it.
Over 2,000 Google reviews, 4 great meetings with carriers this week just on how we can continue to develop our partnership. I did a seminar in Upper St. Clair on Tuesday this week, and, the weather wasn't great. We had 33 people registered. I didn't know if we'd get 3 because it was still pretty yucky after the storm, but we had 20 show up. So just a lot of great things. Our team is our client experience team. Everyone's just doing an awesome job.
All right, we have a lot to get to. Day in history, obviously. We've got some trivia to get to. We got that open enrollment review to give you an idea about what it's all about, some personal stories as well. And it's time to simply get the ball rolling. Remember, MediConnectInsurance.com will tell you about the latest locations where the seminars are going to be. They're always free, but you have to register, 888-818-6334. And again, anything on your mind, you want to set up an appointment, you can do that. We'll have those advisors until noon. And remember, MediConnectInsurance.com. And once we give you the seminars, you click on the seminars tab, and basically you can find out more by going to MediConnectInsurance.com. So let's get started.
Yeah, so we want to continue our Medicare series today. We're going to do this day in history in just a minute, but over the last few weeks we've talked about Part A, which is the hospital or inpatient coverage. We've talked about Part B, which is the outpatient coverage, even though on the Medicare card it says medical. And then we covered what is Medicare Advantage and what is supplement. Today we want to get into Part D, which is drugs. Simplest way to remember it.
Drugs.
I know seniors shouldn't be taking drugs, but to me it's the simplest way to remember it. So we'll roll with prescriptions, but it's drugs.
But these are drugs that are needed by many of them.
Very much so. And why I'm excited to talk about this is, one, I want to really get out as great an understanding as possible. But honestly, Rob, when it comes to people's health care and retirement, this is the one area where there can be the biggest discrepancy. Medical benefits, ancillary benefits, extras, they're all fairly similar, but the prescriptions that someone takes can have a massive impact in what they actually spend out of their own pocket. So we're going to spend some good time there today.
All right, so what do you say we take a look at this date in history?
Sure. So January 31st, 1865, Congress passed the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which was abolishing slavery. That's a good one, obviously.
Excellent
Great one.
Excellent.
1958, Explorer 1, the first U.S. satellite was launched into space.
And Emeritus 2 is getting ready to be the first actually human-traveled rocket spaceship that will go and actually orbit the moon in a very long time.
Yeah. Incredible. I always wonder why we drew back so much, you know.
And it took away so much hope, I think, for this country. And right now, if we could use anything, we could use hope. I love the fact, and I hope soon thereafter they'll get back on the moon's surface.
For sure. Now we definitely need some positivity. This is kind of a wild question, but it leads back to our trivia question. On this date in 1990, the first McDonald's was opened up in Moscow, Russia. So
that's pretty cool.
I've eaten at a McDonald's in Romania.
Have you?
Yeah, in Bucharest, Romania. I was there for about 10 days, and I really had a hankering for some American food, so I went there, and
nice.
It was almost the same. So
almost.
Justin Timberlake was born on January 31st, big pop singer. And then lastly, Jackie Robinson became the first black player inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
I know you don't have any birth date for Justin, but you realize he's in his 40s now.
Hard to believe, isn't it?
From those days being a Mouseketeer. I mean, he's at that stage where he'll be doing the lounge act in Las Vegas before much longer.
You know what that means? You and I must be in our 50s and 60s.
That just goes to show, but he's still an incredibly talented individual.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, absolutely.
The real deal. Now, we got a trivia question. How's this going to work?
Yeah, so it's multiple choice. I'll give them the multiple choices. So the first McDonald's opened on this day in 1990 in Moscow. About how many McDonald's restaurants are there worldwide? A, 20,000. B, 43,000. C, 75,000. So
let me just tell you how you know that you are definitely qualified to either sign up or you should have signed up for Medicare. I remember when there was under 1 million served.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, it's like 99 billion now. Yeah. So do you ever eat there anymore?
Certain times I do, not as much as I used to. When I had that period during the pandemic, I ate there every day. And my favorite to this day is still McNuggets.
Really?
I used to get the 220 packs.
I love I've always loved their fries. I kind of replaced them a little bit now with Five Guys because I really love Five Guys fries.
Good.
Right? But their nuggets are really good. I was never a Big Mac person. I was just kind of the plain old hamburger man.
I'll be honest with you. What I've always loved from them, too, is their filet of fish.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The McRib?
Yeah.
Remember the McRib?
And let me tell you, they're apple pies. But
there we go. That's my favorite thing that they make.
See? And they do a nice little breakfast. I love McDonald's, love everything about them. But the other thing that people don't give them enough credit for, actually two things. Vanilla milkshakes, chocolate milkshakes, but also if you want a good cup of coffee to start your day, any McDonald's, when the lights come on the arches, you pull in, go to that drive-through, the coffee is delicious. It's so good, as I say, you really need a knife and fork to eat it. It's
just don't spill it on yourself, or you might be able to sue them.
Listen, with all due respect, I'm just saying, a lot of times I've seen people, the lid's not on tight enough, they'll actually start putting their seatbelt on and have it between the legs. So you gotta
be careful.
You gotta take a little responsibility.
There you go. So yeah, trivia question again. How many McDonald's restaurants are there now worldwide? A, 20,000. B, 43,000. C, 75,000.
And the other thing I like about McDonald's, they serve my favorite, Coca-Cola.
Oh, I love Coca-Cola.
Oh, come on now.
I'm a Coke guy all the way.
On even a day like today, an ice-cold Coca-Cola, I'm not saying a 2-liter bottle. I'm saying 1 12-ounce can of ice, and right out of the refrigerator, and they're all cold now because of the weather. You crack that, there's nothing like it.
I'm all about the Coke Zero now, but I can't go a day without having at least one can of Coke, man. I love my Coke.
And you know what I found out? They have all these energy drinks out now.
Yeah.
A lot of my friends don't do the energy drinks, but they will start the morning off, instead of coffee, they'll have a Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything wrong with that.
That's what my sister does.
Oh, really?
I did it yesterday myself, so I don't drink coffee, though, so.
Well, you don't?
I don't like coffee.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a strange bird.
No, you're not. But do you understand the other thing that they are famous for when you have that Coca-Cola? Make an ice cream float with Coca-Cola? Man, there's nothing like it.
I miss the old A&W. We're going to talk Medicare this morning, I promise. But Rob and I are reminiscing about food for a little bit.
Well, all these great fast food places, we take it for granted. But to be able to get a bucket of Kentucky Fried or a Burger King Whopper or cheeseburger from McDonald's or a Wendy's cup of chili. There's nothing better, man. And it really saves you some time and gives you something to look forward to when you're out driving around on a day in which right now at 14 minutes after 9 a.m., it's minus 6 degrees. So if you think you know the answer, it's very simple, 412-922-1020. The winner wins a $15 get-go gas card. And again, this is the question and the possibilities of the answer, and then we'll take a break and come back and get started. We've got a lot of stuff to discuss, including more on Medicare Part D. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let's get the seminars out this morning. Can we do that?
We already have a winner, so you don't even need to repeat the question.
Okay.
It's Susan from Cranberry Township, so congratulations. And the winning answer we're going to give a little later.
No, we can give it now.
Okay.
Around 43,000. What would you have guessed, Rob?
I would have said 75.
Yeah, I would have guessed 75 as well. I would have thought it was more. I mean, I feel like no matter where I go, whatever town I'm in, there's a McDonald's.
But when you, I know, and I agree, but when you think of 43,000 McDonald's, that's a lot of McDonald's.
That is a lot of McDonald's.
And I'm sure they're going to build a new one very soon, somewhere near all of you. So
we're giving them a lot of press today,
you know what?
too.
Speaking of that, there's going to soon be added. They're built in big breaking news. A brand new McDonald's is going to be built in Rochester, Pennsylvania.
Well, there you go.
Right across the bridge from where I live. So guess who's going to be eating some McDonald's? So I'm trying to tell my kids the other day, when they're paying attention to me, I'm like, you realize you two live in Rochester. You're getting a new McDonald's. You realize how lucky you are. Anyway, go ahead.
That's awesome.
All right, seminars. Then we'll go to break.
Seminar. So February 3rd this week, we're going to be at the Holiday Inn Express in Irwin on Route 30. On the 10th, we're going to be at the Holiday Inn Express Green Tree, so right down the road from here, 875 Green Tree Road. On the 17th, we're going to be at the Sewickley, February 17th, the Sewickley Public Library on Thorn Street in Sewickley. And February 24th at 6 p.m., we're going to be back with our good friends at AHN at their Harmer Neighborhood Hospital. So all the seminars, 6 p.m. Got to get there if you're going to be new to Medicare, turning 65 in the next 12 months.
And by the way, if you have a question for him today because of the open enrollment period and Advantage plans and Medicare Part D, all the stuff we're talking about, give us a call, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Seminars are free, but you got to reserve your space, 888-818-6334, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the Seminars tab. Lance O'Brien and your Pratt Pack back with more in a moment on KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Hey folks, winter is here. For many of our neighbors, staying warm is not guaranteed. Local families, seniors, and many in need are struggling to keep their heat on. You can help by supporting Dollar Energy Fund during the Warmathon. Every donation goes directly towards helping someone maintain utility services so they can stay warm in their home this winter. Just one gift can make all the difference. Give warmth, give hope. Donate now at warmathon.com, because no one should have to face winter in the cold.
What if you could buy a flippable, two-sided mattress made with the finest materials that cost less than other luxury brands? This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory, and this is exactly what you'll find with our new Orthos line, available exclusively at OMF. We build these by hand using premium materials like wool and cotton. It's old-world craftsmanship with modern comfort, our most extraordinary sleep system. Built locally at a price other luxury brands just can't match. Visit the Original Mattress Factory and experience the Orthos line for yourself.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are back, and again, it is time to get back to the man, Lance O'Brien, and more of MediConnect, the Inside Connection. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're at the end of January. We're 1 month, believe it or not, through the open enrollment period. If you're new to the show today, don't generally listen. The open enrollment period runs from January 1st to March 31st. It's a time when people who have Medicare Advantage plans can actually review their coverage and see if there's something better to help them. Maybe in the open enrollment period back at the end of the year, you didn't have an opportunity to look at your coverage, or maybe you made a change and you're not happy with that change. You still have the month of February and March to look at that. The other thing is there's still people out there, Rob, who had their plans terminated last year. Still in the state of PA, I think we're around 10,000 that have not re-upped with a new plan.
Do you realize where we would be if we didn't have this show? I mean, do you realize I've had people come up to me, and I just said this to you moments ago, more people come up to me during the week and mention the show. But if this show doesn't exist, they're so blindsided, they don't even have a clue where to turn. And I'm so glad we were able to get the word out.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's hard to believe we've been doing this, I think, almost 7 years now.
Well, you guys have said that this open enrollment is as big as the annual enrollment. It's been nonstop.
It has been nonstop for us. We've helped a ton of people. We're still working to help a ton of people, whether you're new to Medicare, already on Medicare. So, yeah, if you're out there and, you go to the pharmacy and, they're like, well, you don't have coverage, your plan was canceled, please call us, 888-818-6334. We still have time till the end of February to get you enrolled into a new plan. So want to dive into Part D this morning, Rob, of Medicare. It's funny, someone attended one of our webinars, and our webinars are exploding too. This last week we had last 2 weeks we've had over 400 people on Wednesday register for our webinars to learn about Medicare and turning 65. But I had a lady on there, and she was like, well, I'm just going to get a supplement with my Medicare. And I was like, supplement's a great choice after listening to all the education and everything we did. And she said, but I don't think I'm going to get drug coverage. And I was like, well, you probably want to have drug coverage. And she's like, well, I don't take any prescriptions, so I'm not going to bother with it.
Not today.
Not today, right? So the first problem is if you don't have drug coverage within 63 days of going on to Medicare, then you're going to start accruing a penalty. That penalty, Rob, is 1% of the national average cost of a prescription drug plan. Right now, it sits around $35 a month. So it doesn't seem like much. If you go without drug coverage when you turn 65, you're going to start accruing a penalty in the third month of 35 cents a month. But I've seen people go 10 years without that, and now they have a $40 a month penalty. So that's the first thing I want to get out as we start talking about Part D, is you need to have Part D coverage. So the question is, how do I get Part D coverage? Well, there's two ways to get Part D coverage. If you go with a supplement like this lady wanted to do, and she thanked me profusely. She said, I've done a ton of reading, everything. I thought I was going to be fine not to do it. You saved me a penalty. So I was super happy about that. But if you go with a supplement, Rob, then you have to get a standalone prescription drug plan. Okay, so you purchase separate prescription coverage. If you go with a Medicare Advantage plan, these are known as MA plans, Medicare Advantage, but they're often known as Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans, MAPDs. Okay? So your prescription coverage is built right in. So when you turn 65 and you first go on to Medicare, you have to have drug coverage, and those are the two ways to get it.
Do people realize that you have to have it?
No.
So they think they can escape, but they would rather just do it out of pocket?
Well, no. For a lot of people that don't get it, Rob, it has to do with the fact that I'm healthy, I don't take prescriptions. Why do I need drug coverage? Which I understand the thinking, right? You would think in a normal world it would work that way.
But listen, when the CDC comes out, as they did this week, and said the life expectancy is 79, Medicare usually at 65, you got to believe, even though I feel great today, there's more of a chance I get sick before you get sick, Lance. And this is a lot of it's just precautionary stuff. It's like taking out insurance on yourself.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you go with an Advantage plan, you don't have to pay any extra for it. It's built into the plan, so it's kind of a no-brainer. Yeah. And here's the thing I want to tell people is, if you're in the boat of the person who's like, I'm not taking a lot of prescriptions, so I'm just not going to do it. Well, in Allegheny County, the surrounding counties here of Pittsburgh, you can get drug coverage for $10 a month or less. So you'd be better off doing that than putting yourself in a position for a lifelong penalty. Because that's the one thing with Medicare, Rob. The penalties, if you get one, they go away when you do.
And that's the end. The curtain comes down.
Yeah, that's the curtain.
But let me just say, so you're saying like $10 a month. I don't know how long it's been since anybody has gotten a antibiotic of any kind, that Z-Pak or amoxicillin. The copay's still $4 or $5.
That's what it is.
So you get sick twice in 1 month, you're still paying what you would be paying to protect you from everything that could happen.
Yeah. I mean, all insurance is about risk aversion, and that's why getting a drug plan, regardless of whether you're taking prescriptions or not, just makes sense because you're protecting yourself down the line should you need it, right?
And that's what it's all about.
Absolutely. So let's build this out a little bit now. So you get your drug plan either through a Medicare Advantage plan or through a standalone prescription drug plan. So within every prescription plan, there is a formulary. The formulary, and most people are somewhat familiar with this, but some are not. The formulary is the list of drugs that they cover. Rob, do you think every company covers the exact same drugs?
No.
Absolutely not. They don't cover the exact same drugs. They choose based on negotiations to cover maybe X amount of the statins or X amount of the diabetes. They're not going to cover all of them, right? Now, Medicare does require drug plans to cover at least one drug in every therapeutic category, generic and brand name. So, like, sometimes people will ask me, Lance, what if I get a plan and my drug's not covered? Right. Well, first, if you work with us, we're going to get you a plan where your drug is covered. As long as Medicare covers it, we're going to get you a plan that covers it. Right. But if you get a new medication throughout the year, if they don't cover the one that your doctor prescribes, the first thing we can do is we can ask for a formulary exception. The second thing is they would be able to actually prescribe you something similar to it that might be a different name, because every drug plan has to cover at least one drug in every therapeutic category. Okay? So every drug plan has a formulary. Every drug plan also has a tiering system. Are you familiar with the tiering systems, Rob?
I am not.
Yeah, so based on the drug that you take, it could be tier 1 and generally through tier 5. Your preferred brand names, like your statins, your acid reflux medications, your blood pressure, hypertension medications.
Maintenance type of drugs.
The maintenance ones that are generic and very common, they're usually tier 1, and they have little to no copay when it comes to Medicare. Then you get into tier 2, which are still generics, but they might not be as common. Tier 3 are your preferred brand names, and then you get all the way down to specialty. So every drug plan, whether it's standalone or Medicare Advantage, has a formulary. And within that formulary is a tiering system that determines what tier your drug is on and how much you have to pay for it. And this is where our services, I think, are so important, Rob. There's almost 70, as we've talked about before, 70 Medicare Advantage plans. There's about 15 drug plans to choose from. How does the average consumer narrow that down to make a decision? Any thoughts?
I'm going to take your advice, and I'm going to let you do this.
So what we do, Rob, is we put it into an online calculator. We figure out the preferred pharmacy of the individual, and it starts narrowing down based on their specific drug mix, right? And that's what we want, is we want to get the plan that fits their drug mix the best.
It's tailor-made.
It's tailor-made for them, as best can be given their prescription situation. And one of our agents, I kind of put a blast out into our teams this week and said, anybody have something to share with me this week? And one of our agents talked about a meeting they had this week. Individual had 6 or 7 drugs, and when they ran everything, they were able to save them $600 over the course of the year by enrolling into a different plan.
All right, listen, we got to get to a break, so run these seminars quickly, and I'll remind everyone how you can reserve your space. They are free, but you have to reserve your space. Go ahead, Lance.
Yeah, if you're new to Medicare in the next 12 months, maybe because you're turning 65 or you're getting ready to retire, you don't want to miss it. It's an hour packed with great information and the ability to ask questions. On February 3rd, we're going to be at the Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. That's 8400 Route 30. On the 10th, we're going to be at the Holiday Inn Express in Greentree. On the 17th, we're going to be at the Sewickley Public Library on 500 Thorn Street. And then February 24th at 6 p.m., we're going to be at AHN Harmer Neighborhood Hospital on Freeport Road in Pittsburgh.
888-818-6334. Call now. Reserve your space. They are free seminars, but you have to reserve your space. We have advisors standing by until noon. Or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the Seminars tab. When we come back, more about Medicare Part D coverage. We're going to be talking deductible stage and the initial coverage stage. But don't forget their number, and we have advisors standing by. Never a charge for appointments. Make the call, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Lance O'Brien, your Pratt Pack, back after Rob checks the news, gives us an update at 9:30, 2 minutes away on KDKA. Good morning.
I'm with Rocco Florio from Air Pro Heating and Cooling.
With winter's grip in full force, it's time to consider replacing your old, inefficient heating and cooling system. Air Pro and Bryant's low-cost plans fit your budget. Furnace replacements for as low as $65 a month, 0% financing. Furnace and AC systems for as low as $130 a month. 10-year warranty on parts, 5 years on labor.
You can't afford not to call Air Pro Heating and Cooling for the lowest prices, longest warranties, and 0% financing. Air Pro, locally owned, locally known.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is minus 6 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A reminder that the city of Pittsburgh has opened up some healthy active living centers as warming centers this morning into the afternoon. Right now, the warming center on the south side is open at 12th and Bingham Street until 6:30 this evening. Opening today at 11 a.m. until 6 p.m. are the locations in Beachview, Greenfield, Homewood, and Sheridan. Crews fought an apartment building fire in the extreme cold in Mather, Greene County. This happened overnight. At least 3 people were flown to the hospital. Fire began, as mentioned, around 2 this morning. Unknown the extent of the injuries of those who were injured. Also, 2 people were hurt in an overnight fire in New Kensington. That fire broke out around 1 this morning at a home on Oates Boulevard. No word on the extent of their injuries or what caused the fire. Cause is under investigation. KDK Radio News Time, 9:31. Next updates at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Record cold to start out today leads to another very cold day with plenty of clouds and a high of 16. Those clouds hang around for tonight, along with an early flurry with a low of just 2. But clouds break for some sun later tomorrow with a high of 21. But Monday looks to be cloudy much of the time as well, high 22. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's all about alternatives. It's all about a solution. It's about getting it done for you. It is MediConnect. This is the Inside Connection, and your host is Lance O'Brien, 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. If you have any thoughts or questions during this open enrollment period, which will run through the end of March, call us right now, 866-391-1020. Lance.
Yeah, so great to be back, sharing some good stories during the break. We're having a lot of fun today. We've been talking about prescription drugs. Last segment, we talked about how to get prescription drugs through Medicare, either a standalone plan, Medicare Advantage plan. You can get them either of those ways. We talked about formulary. We talked about tiering system. Rob, I do want to take a minute and just say, for our veterans out there that have served, one, we appreciate you very much. We thank you for your commitment and sacrifice. If there's somebody listening, they have VA benefits, that is considered creditable drug coverage, Rob. So they wouldn't necessarily need to enroll in a plan. And the good good thing is, Rob, is for those veterans that are out there, one of the things that Medicare started doing and the private insurance companies a few years ago is they now have plans without drug coverage that will give these veterans money back into their check. So there's some out there, Rob, that if they're a veteran, they serve, they have Medicare A and B, and if they have full VA benefits where they get their prescriptions through the VA, they can enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan that will give them extra benefits, somewhere around $100 or more back a month into their Social Security check. And the reason they're able to do that is because they don't have to offer the drug coverage. So want to get that out for the VA. Also, if you're VA, but you have TRICARE, that's considered credible drug coverage as well. And then one other tidbit I want to get into before we jump into a little bit more of the stages of drug coverage, because I do want to spend some time talking about that. But there's some legislation, Rob, on the floor at the state, going to be voted on July 1st to increase the income levels for PACE and PACE-NET. PACE and PACE-NET is the pharmaceutical program that assists people with their prescriptions in the state of PA based on their income. They have not amended this in a long time. Right now, if you're a single individual, you can make up to $33,500. If you're a married couple, you can make up to $41,500. Rob, they're looking at increasing these levels over $10,000, whether you're single or married. This would be huge. I'm going to talk about this more next week when we talk about getting help with prescriptions, but this is definitely big stuff.
All right, 888-818-6334. You can call us at 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Here's Rosemary in Delmont for Lance O'Brien, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. Good morning, Rosemary.
Good morning. I have a question about Medigap.
Okay.
I don't know what it is and what benefit it would have.
Medigap is, sorry, my mic's cutting out here. That's why I can't hear it. So Medigap is actually also known as a supplement. There are two ways to get your private insurance with Medicare. One is you can have Medicare and a supplement. The other one, or otherwise known as a Medigap, or you can have a Medicare Advantage plan. So essentially what the Medigap does, Rosemary, is it picks up what Medicare doesn't cover. So you have one of those two options when you turn 65, and that gives you the ability to supplement your coverage. And we're just working on my mic here real quick because I had a connection issue.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Testing,
Can you hear me?
testing. No, nothing there, Rob. Give us 1 second, Rosemary.
Okay.
See if this works.
Lance has gone a month and he's ruined the building. What can I say? Anyway, you know what, Rosemary? You go ahead and talk, and he can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Would this be helpful for medications, to help pay for medications?
Oh, to pay for Part D medications, it wouldn't be helpful because those are the ones that you get at the drugstore and pay over the counter. Other types of medications by Medicare standards, which would be injections, it would be very helpful. But for prescriptions that you pick up at the pharmacy or have delivered to your house that you self-administer, the Medigap would not be helpful for those.
Okay, so if you were getting an injectable, right now I think it's 20% of the cost that I would have to pay. Would this be better?
If you're able to pass underwriting, because I assume you're already on Medicare, the Medigap would cover the 20% of the injectables that are Part B, as in boy drugs. So it does help with that. But if you don't get a Medigap when you first turn 65, you do have to go through underwriting to be qualified to have that covered.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry about the difficulties there, too.
No, that's nothing. Don't worry about it. I save the day as always.
You always save the day.
All right, so go ahead.
Yeah, so again, great questions about understanding. And here's the thing, Rob. It's like there's Medicare, there's Medigap, there's Part A, B, C, D, there's Plan N, there's Plan G. This is why it gets complicated and confusing for people. So again, just want to reiterate, when you're looking at supplemental or secondary coverage for Medicare, you have the Medigap plan, or the otherwise known as a supplement, or you have the Advantage plan. You have both of those options to choose from. And then depending on which way you go, that's how you'll get your Part D coverage. So, Rob, talking about Part D today, as we know, because we've talked about it a lot on this show, a few years ago, the donut hole was taken away.
Yep.
There used to be 4 stages to drug coverage. Now there's 3. So the first one is the deductible phase. And this is the one that's really taking a lot of people by surprise, unfortunately, because for most people, if they had Advantage plans, they never used to pay the deductible. The deductibles now is over $600 if you have a Part D, when you have your Part D coverage. So if they've never had to have a deductible before, this is really something that they're like, what is this? Why is this happening? Why do I have to pay so much up front? Well, when they made all the changes to prescriptions a few years ago where insulin was capped at $35 and the donut hole was taken away, it gave increased costs to the private insurance companies. So they're trying to balance it out by essentially enforcing the deductible, Rob. So that's the first thing. Now, generally, the deductible does not apply if you only take Tier 1 and Tier 2 drugs.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to kind of explain that in the last segment. Tier 1 and Tier 2 drugs, again, those are your generic prescriptions. So if you're taking generic prescriptions, atorvastatin, lisinopril, atenolol, right? Like, and there's literally thousands of them. I'm not going to give them all. But if you're taking generic medications, generally you don't have to pay the deductible. But when you get into Tier 3 medications, and some popular Tier 3s are Xarelto, Eliquis, we've heard those names before, Farxiga, Rybelsus, right? Like, there's a lot of Tier 3s that when you get on those medications, then you do have to pay the deductible. So that's stage 1. Once you get past the deductible, Rob, then you get into the next stage, which I call the copay stage. It's essentially the initial coverage phase. That's the technical term for it, but I just call it the copay phase. You pay your deductible, and then at that point in time, the insurance company pays their part, you pay your part, your copay, right? And those copays can range anywhere, depending on the tier of the medication, again, from a 0 copay up to generally for Tier 3, $45 to $50. You get into Tier 4, Rob, then you're talking about $100 copay. If you get to Tier 5, which is the specialty medications, then you could be looking at a percentage of 33%. It could be hundreds of dollars. So
this is why you don't want to do this by yourself, because if you just miss this, the big picture is not good.
Yeah, let me give you an example. And again, we love the carriers. We work with all of them. We have great relationships with them. But we highly recommend when you're first going on to Medicare, don't call the carrier directly to enroll.
No.
And here's the reason why. Rob, if there's 70 plans and one company has 10 of those plans, and you call them and say, I'm ready to enroll in Medicare, they're only going to tell you about the plans that they have. And what they're going to say is, well, this plan is the one that is best for your prescriptions based on their portfolio, right? So that's why it's so important to be able to actually have someone that looks at all 70 plans so that you're getting a true picture of getting your best prescription coverage.
Your best prescription coverage. What's the basic best prescription coverage for most? What usually works for most people?
There's no best plan.
Well, that's
right?
the reason I bring it up, because there is no way you can just fill out box C and be safe. You have to go over this with somebody at MediConnect.
Yeah, I mean, the one way to be you would be safe is if you don't take any prescriptions.
Yeah, but that's
right?
not gonna last.
Listen, I would say when we meet with people, the percentage of people that take no prescriptions when they're going on to Medicare might be 5 or 10% of the amount of people we work with.
How many times have you actually gone to someone who is elderly, in their 80s, 90s, and has passed, and somebody will say they've never took a single drug? That never. I mean, out of 10, 9.5.
Yep. No, for sure. And honestly, Rob, when we're reviewing with people, the number one reason we end up people make a decision to change their plan is because of the prescriptions.
Yes.
Because the medical benefits, honestly, all things being equal, are fairly similar. Yes, there's some lower copays here. There might be some more bells and whistles there, but it's people not getting in the plan that covers them. Now, they might have, and this is actually really important to mention, for 2025, they might have been in the plan that covered it best, but they all change for 26. That's why making sure that you have that best prescription coverage so you're not paying too much money.
Even if your neighbor told you that their coverage was stopped and they got a letter in the mail for no apparent reason, that alone should make you want to call MediConnect.
Yes, yeah, because again, then it's who's going to help me truly review all my options.
And who does this every day? It's your single job. It's all you do 365 days a year. You just don't do it during the open and annual enrollment. This is a year-long process with you guys.
Yeah, because so many people are new to Medicare and we assist so many of them. So you got the deductible phase, you got the copay phase or the initial coverage phase, and then you have the catastrophic phase, which essentially once you get to $2,100 out of your own pocket, Rob, that's what you've spent over the course of the calendar year, then you don't pay for your prescriptions anymore that year.
All right, run the seminars. I'll give you the information how you can sign up. They are free seminars. Then we'll come back for the final segment with Lance O'Brien.
February 3rd, we're going to be at the Holiday Inn Express in Irwin, 8400 Route 30. On the 10th, we're going to be at the Holiday Inn Express in Greentree on 875 Greentree Road. On the 17th, we're going to be at the Sewickley Public Library on 500 Thorn Street. And then on the 24th, we're going to be at the AHN Neighborhood Hospital on Freeport Road, Pittsburgh. All those seminars are at 6 o'clock.
And they're free, but you got to reserve your space. 888-818-6334 or MediConnectInsurance.com.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at StAnthonyKids.org.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Been a very poignant hour with Lance. Mike Broniszewski coming up next hour, then Caitlin Seigan, and then it's all about divorce with a divorce reality expert, Nan Cohen, and also Dorothy's Candies getting ready for Valentine's Day. All right, let's kind of go back and look back at everything from educational seminars to making informed decisions when it comes to the open enrollment period.
Yeah, so we wanted to start this year, Rob, by really going back to our grassroots of Medicare education. That's why we're doing this 9-week series. We're a little over halfway done. Next week, we're going to talk some more about how to actually get assistance and I'll be back again next week, but assistance with your prescriptions.
Back to back.
Back to back. It's a fifth Sunday, right? So, fifth Sunday, or fifth Saturday, I pick those up, and then
it's the first of the month again.
You got me, right? So, yeah, I'll be back next week. I'm going to be talking about how to get assistance, and it's going to be from state assistance, federal assistance, to different partners that we work with that can help lower the cost of prescriptions. So, really looking forward to that. We're going to do some more work around indemnities. There's a lot of people today that really like the value of the Medicare Advantage plans, but there's also ways to solidify that coverage a little bit more. So we're definitely going to do some information on that. We want to talk about enrollment periods. So a lot of great information still to come as it relates to Medicare. So, but today, as we're wrapping up the show, I do want to just talk a little bit more about the seminars and the webinar, right? Because 10,000 people a day, Rob, turning 65. I can't tell you how many times what we see is people making mistakes at the very beginning of the process. And it's why we spend so much time investing in these seminars and these webinars, because we're trying to create a scenario where they do it right the first time.
That's the key.
It is the key. Because
I don't want to come back twice.
No, because, again, are you going to still work? Do you have under 20 employees? Does your employer provide their insurance through a health savings account or not? Those questions actually impact decisions that you should be making at age 65, right? What kind of health issues are you bringing in? We talk about Part A and B in those seminars in great detail, what they cost, what they cover. We go deep into Medicare Advantage and supplement. We talk about the pros and the cons of each of those. A lot of times I see a lot of biased information out there, Rob, about Medicare Advantage or Medicare supplement. You shouldn't do this one, you shouldn't do that one. And that's not really, one's not right, one's not wrong. They're just different. And in these seminars, we explain all of that and really help people set up for a timeline and help them set up for their budget or the financial ramifications.
All right, I'm only asking because I've had this asked of me to ask you a couple of times, and it just popped up again. If somebody has signed up already, and they have made some critical errors because they did it themselves, or someone who is out there doing this solo as a side job.
Right.
Can they come to you now and maybe tweak it or change it, or they have to wait till next year?
So if they have a Medicare Advantage now, they can tweak it, right, because we're in the open enrollment period. If they have a supplement, and most people are not aware of this, the supplements that we've been talking about today, they have no enrollment period, Rob.
Ooh.
So if it's the middle of February and you're like, I just got my rate renewal on my Plan G or my Plan N, and I can't believe it's going up that much, you can actually call us at any time during the year, and we can do an application with you. And if you pass underwriting for $30, $40, sometimes $50, $60 less, same coverage, you can move to that plan anytime during the year as long as you can pass underwriting.
Wow.
Yeah. Which, again, a lot of people don't know that. I always say this to people about Medigap, because it's a lot like Comcast or Verizon or DirecTV. When you first go to them, you kind of get the introductory price, right? And then over the years, they raise it certain percentage points every year, where other companies in the market might give you a much lower rate. So it's very important to make sure you're reviewing that coverage if you haven't.
All right, seminars. Again, please let everybody know who, what, when, where, why, and how.
Yeah, so this week we're going to be in Irwin, PA on Route 30 at the Holiday Inn Express, and that's the 3rd of February. On the 10th, we're going to be at 875 Green Tree Road in Pittsburgh. That is also the Holiday Express. I'll be doing that one there in Green Tree, so looking forward to being there. On the 17th, we're going to be at the Sewickley Public Library on Thorne Street in Sewickley, and then on the 24th, we're going to be at AHN Harmer Neighborhood Hospital, Freeport Road, Pittsburgh.
You know, it is amazing. We've been doing this as long as we have, and it seems as though every year there's more and more people. And I think what's happened, I think this show has educated so many people that they're reviewing their coverage every year to when we started this 7 years ago, people would get locked in and stay in for 10, 15 years.
Yeah, and again, I think the education and the trust are the two biggest things. Like, if you're a Medicare beneficiary out there and I know you probably are getting bombarded by calls, that's what I would be leery of. I wouldn't be probably having long phone conversations with people that are banging on my door. But if you call a trusted source, it's a whole different conversation, right? So I really think how they're getting their information to make decisions is really important.
Yeah, and I think people need to understand this can't be a part-time job.
No.
I mean, this has got to be somebody who's locked in, laser focused. And you guys have continuing education. I've been to your offices. I see the whole thing is one big Medicare moving part. You don't do anything. This is your claim to fame.
Yeah, well, we got the support staff, right? We also have the client experience department that Lauren leads.
Wonderful.
That assists our clients with billing issues. If they don't get their card, if they have questions about what is covered, maybe they don't know what their copay is for a specific procedure on their plan. Our clients call us about that stuff all the time, and we're able to help them so that, because here's what I'll tell you, Rob, the chances of them having a wait shorter calling our client experience department than calling the carrier directly is probably 99% or greater.
The carriers will never admit it, but down deep, they're probably so grateful for MediConnect.
Well, we love the carriers too. Like, we couldn't do what we do without them, and we love the fact that they respect our approach, which is we're always going to do what's right for the individual customer.
Listen, I've been here with you guys since the jump, and I've met all of them, and many of them I've known in the past. They want to be a part of the team. They need people to be a part of their team, and you guys do a lot of the heavy lifting for them.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we provide a ton of opportunities for them. A ton of inbound phone calls because our phone has been still ringing off the hook. But again, we want to really help people. So again, Part D prescription coverage, you need to have it. You can get it through a standalone plan. You can get it through a Medicare Advantage plan. If you're a veteran, that is considered creditable. Want to make sure that you get the right formulary and the right tiering system for your medications so that you're getting the best possible price. If you're paying too much or you think you're paying more than you should review your coverage, right? The right pharmacy matters. I had a guy years ago that wasn't a client of MediConnect. It was when I was still an agent who reached out to us and said, man, I'm paying too much for my prescriptions. I just can't do it anymore. He said, I love my plan, but I'm paying too much for my prescriptions. Robbie had 7 prescriptions. He was paying $15 a piece for them, $105 a month. I get there, I review his coverage. He's got all generics. He was going to a standard pharmacy. We moved him to a preferred pharmacy. He went from $105 a month to zero. Zero.
Game changer.
Yes.
MediConnect seminars, last time. Go.
February 3rd, Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. February 10th, Holiday Inn Express Green Tree on Green Tree Road. February 17th, Sewickley Public Library on Thorn Street. And February 24th, AHN Harmer Neighborhood Hospital. Full listing of coming seminars on the website, and also you can register for the webinars that happen every Wednesday at 11 and 6 on the website as well.
All right, don't forget MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab, and also 888-818-6334. Because the show is done for another week, our advisors will be there until 12 noon today to help you. And I guess I'll see you next week.
You're going to see me next week, where we're going to talk about how to get assistance with lowering prescription costs.
There you go. It's what it's all about. Stay with us. News at 10, then the guys from True Value. All of your cold weather-related questions at -2, just minutes before the news at 10. Right now, 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Time is now as people want to get their tax situation squared away. It's Cole, Benoni, Wilson.
So many changes. Even the tax professionals were double checking the rules. There's dozens. You know, you're seeing them, like you said, on the federal and state by state adjustments, inflation updates.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACvacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
The weather may be frigid, but the savings are hot at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound, and USDA Choice Petite Sirloin Sizzler Steaks are $6.99 a pound. In the produce department, red ripe strawberries, 1 pound package, 2 for $6, and fresh blueberries, 1 pint package, 2 for $6. In the bakery department, San Fran style sourdough bread is $5.50 a loaf. And in our deli department, penne pasta with bolognese sauce, 1 pound package, $5.99 each, and yellow or white Land O'Lakes American cheese is $5.49 a pound. Additional savings this week. Selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper. 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15. And selected varieties of Essential Everyday Potato Chips. 9-ounce bags, 2 for $4.
So stay warm and get in on all the hot savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is minus 5 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Crews had the battle an apartment building fire in Mather, Greene County. This happened overnight. So far, at least 3 people were flown to the hospital. That fire, unknown the exact cause of that fire, and right now unknown the extent of the injuries of those who were taken to the hospital. In New Kensington overnight, a house fire sent 2 people to the hospital. That fire broke out around 1 o'clock this morning. No word on the extent of their injuries or what caused the fire. 1 person was taken to the hospital after a crash in Fawn Township. That's in Allegheny County. Crash happened Friday evening in the 2600 block of Bull Creek Road. Police say a driver in a Nissan Frontier struck an oncoming SUV. Police believe the driver of the Nissan was driving too fast to be able to navigate that bend in the road. That driver's in the hospital this morning. Cause of the crash under investigation. Well, a meeting is set for this weekend to discuss a project that has been seen by many as a major economic shot in the arm for a local county that needs it. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
The Sunday meeting at the Indiana Theater in Indiana is being organized by a group called CROW, Concerned Residents of Western PA. The cover photo on the group's Facebook page is a series of no data center badges, calling itself a grassroots movement opposing the proposed data center and power plant in nearby Homer City. The $10 billion project, to be powered by the largest natural gas plant in the U.S., was announced last April with plans for it to become operational by 2028. Crow denies the project would create lasting jobs, claiming large data centers average about 27 people. They also raise concerns that the plant could release up to 917 tons of ammonia each year. Media reports say no one from Homer City Redevelopment was asked to speak at the event, and an elected official from the area told me off the record that he hadn't been notified and that opponents are a very small minority in Homer City. David Colorado News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time 10:02. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The record cold from overnight leads to a frigid start to the weekend today with clouds and a high of 16, and it stays cloudy tonight with an early flurry and a low of just 2. Clouds break for some afternoon sun tomorrow, but it stays cold, high 21. Then Monday also looks to be cloudy much of the time with a high of 22. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When you wake up as I did, and it was minus 14 when I steps outside by that little wonderful lamppost at a couple minutes before 3 a.m. You're so fortunate when you have these guys just a phone call away. True Value, True Value, True Value. We've got Paul here, R.C. Walters, Mike Broniszewski. I spent a little time with he and his brother Steve at Starver. Love the community, love that place. And Mr. True Value, who's been on Facebook and everywhere that you could imagine social media-wise, promoting. He's here as well, too. So, Andy, we begin with you. Mm-hmm. We have dealt with some cold weather during our years together at KDKA, but, man, it's really cold.
It's cold. It's cold out there. But before we start on all the weather stuff, Rob, we got to wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you.
So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. So now that you're finally 21.
Yeah, but let me be honest. You guys treat me like it's my birthday every day.
Oh, thanks.
And I mean that. And I'm blessed and grateful.
Thanks.
And by the way, this is how the show usually begins while we're getting ready to play the introduction. Mm-hmm. Well, Rob can't do that. He can't handle that. No, you don't think he's going to do that. But we were talking about expansion tanks. Yeah, and Paul's so sweet. He says, I'll bring you one in. And Andy's like, he can't do that.
It'd be just a paperweight.
But tell me why this thing, why do you think this hot water tank, 6 months old, brand new valve, my man put it on, looks sharp, and I get up today to leave and the carpet's wet again?
Yeah, I still say it's your pressure in the house.
But he said he went outside and he couldn't find anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I still say it's the pressure in your house.
Okay.
The valve is doing what it's supposed to do.
All right, sounds good.
So there's a reason that the pressure or temperature in the water tank, but it's more likely the pressure in the house that's causing it to do that.
So people aren't going to see me like that bicycle in E.T. going up over the moon. They're not going to see me
because the valve is doing what it's supposed to. The valve is protecting the water heater. So
that's good.
Just attach a hose to the bottom of it and run it directly into a drain. And now it's not going to leak on your carpet.
But can I tell you what my favorite thing at True Value is? And I have one, and I saw a bunch of them at Mike's place. Those big True Value buckets.
There you go.
Yes. They're so versatile for so much.
In the last 48 hours, I've gone through about 350 buckets. That's because rock salt is almost non-existent anywhere on the East Coast. So I use bulk salt. I'm one of the few hardware stores, let's say that, we go through 300, 400, 500 ton of bulk salt every time it snows. And so if you need pure rock salt, you don't want the bagged products, bring an empty bucket or buy a new bucket, and we sell the rock salt for $1 a gallon. So you get a 5-gallon bucket full of rock salt for $5. So it's 50 pounds of rock salt for $5 if you bring your own bucket. But people are buying buckets instead of bringing their other, and it's just another way. And that's just a for instance with the weather and the conditions and what your True Value stores will go the extra mile to get the product. So I received, 8, 9 different truck deliveries this week. So we've had in some magnesium, some calcium, some shovels, some bulk rock salt, and same with Mike, same with Paul, same with Ed, same with, Daniels and Slippery Rock. Call your store and they could tell you what they have in stock on any given minute, because when the stuff comes in, it goes out again, pretty quickly. So
all right, listen.
Supplies are tough.
We got a lot of folks that want to talk.
Yep,
because
that's what we're here for today.
Obviously, the weather. So let's get right to the phones, and we'll start with Sandy in Monroeville. Hey, Sandy.
Hi. I took all the precautions about frozen pipes, but my kitchen sink doesn't have any hot water today.
Okay.
Would boiling hot water down the drain work?
No. That the putting the water down the drain will help a clogged drain. It does nothing for the hot water line coming to the faucet itself. So what you need to do is to thaw out that hot water line that's going to the faucet. So underneath the kitchen cabinet, open up the cabinet and clear all the clutter out. And clearing the clutter out. Okay.
Thanks to you. Well, I did all that beforehand.
Now, do you have some way of heating that line safely? So you could take a hairdryer and run a hairdryer slowly up and down that hot water line, and you obviously will know which side you're thawing. A hairdryer would work. I do not want you to use a torch or a candle or open flames, or if you have a space heater, take a smaller space heater and set that right at the entrance to the cabinet, or if it's small enough, you could put it directly under the cabinet. Do not leave it unattended because there's too many risks involved, but you have to get a lot of heat under that cabinet to help thaw out that water line. And hopefully it's frozen underneath the sink and not farther down into the basement or somewhere else. So trying to figure out where the frozen part is half the battle itself. But normally when the faucet line freezes, and a kitchen faucet in particular, it's generally in that couple of feet that's directly underneath the kitchen cabinet. And it's not uncommon for the hot water to freeze, just as much as a cold water, because the water sitting in the faucet line is not hot unless you're actually using it. So if you can get the supplemental heat under there, or you get the hairdryer under there, open up the spigot for the hot water side of it and slowly try and thaw out that line. And at some point, the water will start flowing again for you. But
I hope so.
Yep, but that's your best bet at this time. But hopefully that's where the frozen line is, directly under the sink.
All right, let's keep it going. 866-391-1020. Here's John in Hampton. Gutter icicles. Go ahead, John. Welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. I appreciate all the work you guys do, especially during this time in the winter here.
Thank you.
My question is about icicles. I've got tons of icicles on my gutters. They drip, of course, and are they dangerous, and can they pull down a gutter?
Yeah, great call, John, because that's a very tricky conversation we usually have with homeowners, because it can go both ways. On one aspect, do nothing, let the icicles go, let them freeze up, and then just let them thaw as slowly when that time frame comes. A lot of times better than trying to knock them down. Knocking them down can be very dangerous. The weight on the gutter itself can pull everything down if you're whacking at the icicle to get it down. So that could be problematic and actually pull the gutters away from that. So that being said, that's that aspect of the equation. The other side of it is, well, it's dangling or it's dangerous. It may need to be knocked down. We can do it very carefully, be honest. You got to, the weight of those icicles can be very damaging when it hits the ground or person or anything like that. So care is definitely high on the list here. There's ways to get the gutters flowing without touching them. If you can get ice melt up there, they make a little product called Roof Melt. It's about like a hockey puck size of calcium chloride. If you can throw those up there from the ground or through an open window to get to the downspout area to get the water flowing again, that's an aspect to do it as well.
All right. Well, thank you, guys. I appreciate that because this time of the year, those gutters just keep, those icicles just keep growing and growing.
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah, and again, I'll just repeat myself one more time, at least my opinion, and the guys can answer. And my opinion is don't attack the icicles if you don't have to. If they're not into a dangerous situation or what have you, deal with why you got those icicles, in the future. And it might be because the gutters are backed up or what have you. It could just simply be Mother Nature, the way we've had this winter. Could be a lot of things, but I generally lean on don't do anything if you can. Leave that sleeping beast lie. And then only get to it if you have to.
All right, so let me ask one question before the break. So in a way, being in a deep freeze, is that benefiting us from possible flooding if it would have warmed up to like 60 degrees?
Yeah, there's still problems on the future here. I mean, once it starts backing up again, we see all these ice. It's unfortunate to tell people out there, but we're probably going to get ice damage, and water's going to back up inside homes and inside the walls because of the ice is dammed on that gutter. And then once it does begin to thaw, it has nowhere to go. And then just hydraulic pressure will push the water backwards up into and underneath the shingles and then down inside the house. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a problem, especially when it warms up. Again, we don't know how it's going to warm up. We know it's going to warm up, but we don't know how. Right. We don't know if it gets really warm and then we're dealing with a more elevated melting process, or that happens more slowly. We just don't know.
Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I mean, I totally agree with you. The biggest thing is don't knock those down unless you absolutely have to, but be careful. Them things are heavy. They could damage things, break windows.
Hurt you.
I only recommend taking them down if it's a safety issue, like above a door or something like that. Otherwise, leave them go.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Phones are lighting up, but here are the True Value stores that help us with this show, so please get out and support them.
Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance Store, Pifer True Value Hardware and Supply, R.C. Walter & Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value Hardware, EV True Value, and Sarver True Value Hardware.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Hey folks, Marty here, Voss TV and Appliance. You'll find the best prices and selection, name brand TVs and appliances. Third generation family business that's built on relationships, not commissions. From sales, installation at Voss, Rick, Matt, the entire Voss team are experts who know appliances and TVs inside and out. They won't leave you hanging after the sale. Visit Voss, South Hill Showroom, 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. The best prices guaranteed.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, right back to the phones. We're not going to waste any time. Let's go to Mary in Upper St. Clair. Mary, you're on with the guys from True Value. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is a question regarding my furnace.
Okay.
So, you know the white plastic pipe that's attached to the outside of the house?
Correct.
And it emits steam?
Correct.
Well, the white pipe now has solid ice blocking the steam. How do I get that?
That you need to do something with, and you need to do something quickly. If that vent completely clogs up with the ice, your furnace will shut down, and then you will have no heat. So the safest, quickest way is to get some calcium or some magnesium and sprinkle that on the pipe, and that'll help soften the ice to the point that you can easily or quickly chip it off of the pipe itself. I don't want you to just take a hammer and start smashing at it, because then you're going to break the pipe and give yourself even a bigger issue for it. So you want to do something to de-ice it, and the quickest, easiest way is to get calcium chloride or magnesium chloride and put that onto the pipe and let the salt product, the calcium or magnesium, rock salt will not work for you. So don't waste your time with rock salt. But calcium or magnesium, sprinkling it on that pipe, and it'll quickly burn through the ice that's built up on it. And once that has happened, then you could safely, easily chip away at the rest of the ice to get it off of that pipe, and make sure you're doing something with an ice pick or a long screwdriver or something to open up the inside of the pipe itself, so the furnace will vent.
Unfortunately, I'm homebound, so I cannot get that.
Okay.
What if I have like hot water? Would that help?
Probably not, because it's so cold outside. The hot water is not. It's going to freeze before it has a chance to do anything. Can you call a friend or a family or a handyman or a plumber or an HVAC technician and tell them your vent pipe on your furnace is iced over, and they will get you on a quick list.
And is there a danger of carbon monoxide with that being clogged?
The furnace is going to shut down before that's an issue.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks.
So you'll be without heat, but I'm not. The carbon monoxide isn't my concern. It's the no heat, and it's 0 degrees outside. So, or call your neighbor.
All right. Thank you.
All right,
sure. Good luck.
Be safe out there, man. It's one of those things, too. Modern day furnaces, like we walk people through this all the time. Like, generally speaking, call your HVAC guy, your furnace is down, right? But then there's times like now where obviously they're going to have a hard time getting to you in the immediate, but your furnace isn't working. There's some things you can do. One of the ones for more modern furnaces, if you take that main panel off in front of your furnace, most of the modern ones will show an error code. It'll have E10, E20, or whatever, and then right on the back side of the door, it'll give you what that problem is. And a lot of times, it's what Mary's issue is nowadays with the cold, that as soon as the furnace senses that it can't intake or an escape
one way or the other,
either bringing air in or moving air out, it'll immediately shut down the furnace. So sometimes, and again, please call your HVAC if you can, but in times of emergency, you can do things like that. It'll say an error code. A lot of times it'll say the vent's clogged, and that'll give you an idea that you can go out there, do what you can to clear the log, and then reset the furnace, and it may turn back on again. But at least the error code gives you some kind of direction of what might be the problem. And for that matter, you can even communicate that with your HVAC people, what that error code is on that unit. So there's some things you can do in emergency situations to try to get that furnace back on.
866-391-1020. Next up is Baden, and here is George on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Good morning, George. Welcome to KDKA.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my phone call.
Sure.
I have a tip and a question. The tip is what I do with this snowstorm we had. I shovel around my house, and I throw the snow about 2 foot away from my house. That's one tip I have, and it's in the past it has worked out. The question is now on sewage lines. All my sewage lines is inside my house. You know, the traps and stuff. Okay, they're where they're heated at. But I'm worried about the outside lines that's in the ground. Is there a possibility they could freeze? And if they could I use RV and a freeze and pour down there to keep it from freezing?
Yes, it is possible for a main sewage line to freeze. It's not that common that it happens, but anything is possible in, the severe weather like this. Pouring RV down there, will that help prevent freezing? Sure, it will, but your sewage line is being flushed so often. The RV is designed when it's sitting long-term in an unused line for it to prevent it from freezing. So putting the RV down there, I don't know if it'll really do anything. It would if you don't flush your toilets or turn on your faucets for the next 2 weeks, which I don't think that's very realistic. So as soon as you use the line, the RV is going to be flushed down the line itself. So I don't see that being much of a hope for you because the lines are in use.
Okay. Well, being deep like that'll help keep them warm, I guess, too, right?
That's correct. That's why they usually don't freeze the lines outside on the sewage lines. Don't usually freeze because of how deep in the ground they are.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Joanne. Hey, Joanne, how are you? Welcome to the True Value Home Improvement Show. Good morning.
Hey, I'm trying to be okay, but I have a question about my drain.
Sure.
A couple of days ago, I noticed a small piece of crud, and so I had, of course, to pick it out. And then the next morning, my faucets wouldn't drain. Like my faucets are running, but I did all kind of things that they tell you if you have a clog in your drain, Mm-hmm. So now I have the cleanest receptacle there, and a lot of crud was coming out. I mean, a lot of crud.
Sure.
Now no crud is coming out, but it still won't drain.
Okay.
So does that mean that there's crud like in the bottom part, in the what's called the T?
Okay, this drain that isn't draining, is it your kitchen drain that it's on an outside wall?
Yes.
Okay, then chances are this drain, if it's not draining and you've already cleaned the drain, chances are the drain is frozen. That pipe is frozen, and that's why the water is not draining down into the drain itself.
But which pipe would be frozen?
Okay, the drain line underneath the sink itself. It's usually a white or a black line that's 1.5 inches in diameter. It comes down from the kitchen sink and goes into an elbow and then normally goes into the wall. Okay, and it's most commonly the part that is down into the wall is going to be frozen, or it could be the elbow part that is frozen itself. It's the bigger pipe that's underneath your sink, not the hot or the cold line for the faucet, but the drain line.
Okay, well, I've used my hair blower on it,
mm-hmm.
and I still have the problem with the drainage.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you may attempt to do is this is one of the few times that I'm a fan of heavy drain openers, drain acid. And the heavier the drain acid, and it's generally the ones that you buy that are in plastic shrunk wrap bags around the bottles, not Drano or Liquid Plumber, but the professional ones, which are, you got to be cautious because it's a sulfuric acid. How these sulfuric acid drain openers work is they create an awful lot of heat. So you would go to your True Value store, buy a bottle of sulfuric acid drain opener, and not use the whole bottle. And this is on the basis that you are not putting this down a garbage disposal. It has to be directly down the drain down the sink into the drain. And be careful, it'll smell like rotten eggs. And don't let it splash you, but you pour that acid down and it heats up the drain to melt the clog.
Well, could there be clogs in that P-trap?
Absolutely. But if you're using this heavy drain opener, whether it's a clog or whether it's ice, it should take care of the obstruction. Either way, it should take care of it.
Can't that T-trap be taken apart, though?
That is an option. If you wish to do that, absolutely. You can put a bucket underneath, get yourself a pair of channel locks, and you could take that drain off and let it fall into the bottom of the bucket. It's going to show you whether it's ice, crud, or nothing.
So in your opinion, which...
If it was my house, I would just be pulling the drain, but not everyone has the capability of crawling underneath the sink and pulling the drain off.
Right, I'm 85.
Well, I don't know your physical capabilities. If you could get down on your hands and knees and crawl underneath the drain and pull it apart, God bless you, that's great. If you don't have the physical capabilities to doing that, using a bottle of drain opener is a lot easier.
Yeah, but it's harder for me to go to the store to get a bottle of drain opener.
Well, then that's what you have to decide what's your best course of action, or just don't use that sink and wrap some towels all around it and get some supplemental heat, and hopefully it'll thaw out on its own soon.
All right, Joanne, good luck with that, okay? All right, we got Rick waiting in the wings. We'd love to hear from you. Winter-related cold weather questions. Right now, it's -6, so if you need an answer to any of those cold-related questions in your home, call us 866-391-1020. Caitlin Seigan, next hour, AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then Nan Cohen, she, of course, the divorce reality expert, all about divorce today. And we'll have a visitor, Marlene Drunken, will be here today from Dorothy's Candies. 2 weeks from today, it'll be Valentine's Day. So how sweet it is, right? 10:30, news 2 minutes away, and then we're right back at it on the True Value Home Improvement Show. We have some space on the phone lines for the first time this hour. 866-391-1020.
Real sports talk for real sports fans. What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and you can catch You Better You Bet with me weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the new Westwood One Sports. From being live from Radio Row for the big game to being joined by the biggest names in sports and entertainment, it's sports talk for people that love sports. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
At 75 years old, all drivers should have to retake the road test. If you're good to drive, what's the problem with doing this? But drivers who are 65 plus are involved in about 60% of all crashes into buildings, yet they make up only about 19% of all drivers.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 4 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 people were hurt in an overnight fire at a home in New Kensington. That fire broke out around 1 o'clock this morning at a home on Oates Boulevard. Right now, still no word on the extent of those 2 people and their injuries this morning. No word on what caused that house fire. The cause is under investigation. In Greene County, in Mather, Greene County, crews had to fight an apartment building fire on 3rd Street there. 3 people were flown to the hospital. That fire began around 2 o'clock this morning. Unknown the extent of injuries as well as the cause of that fire. Well, police arrested a man from New Jersey accused of transporting roughly 40,000 stamp bags of suspected fentanyl on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. 34-year-old Gerard Peralta was pulled over in Hempfield Township, Westmoreland County, early Thursday morning. State troopers said they found the suspected fentanyl in a red bag in his vehicle with a street value of $80,000 or more. Peralta was denied bond. He's currently in the Westmoreland County Prison and waiting a preliminary hearing scheduled for February 11th. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:31. Next updates at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Breakfast burritos for the morning brainstorm. Easy Cater. Paninis for the lunch and learn. Easy Cater. Barbecue for the clients from Boston. Easy Cater. Brownie boxes and mini bundt cakes for Brenda's workiversary. Easy Cater. One simple platform to feed any size group with food they love from favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Easy Cater. All the food for your workplace, all in one place. Start an order at easycater.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Elevate your sleep experience with an adjustable bed and make everyday activities like reading, watching TV, and working in bed more comfortable. At the Original Mattress Factory, we know not all adjustable beds are created equal. You want one that has the features you actually need, like anti-snore and zero-gravity positions. We offer high-quality adjustable bases paired with a hand-built mattress, all at a factory direct value. And we have product in stock and ready when you are. Visit an OMF location to elevate your sleep experience today.
Hey folks, winter is here. For many of our neighbors, staying warm is not guaranteed. Local families, seniors, and many in need are struggling to keep their heat on. You can help by supporting Dollar Energy Fund during the Warmathon. Every donation goes directly towards helping someone maintain utility services so they can stay warm in their home this winter. Just one gift can make all the difference. Give warmth, give hope. Donate now at warmathon.com because no one should have to face winter in the cold.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Record cold to start out today leads to another very cold day with plenty of clouds and a high of 16. Those clouds hang around for tonight, along with an early flurry with a low of just 2, but clouds break for some sun later tomorrow with a high of 21. But Monday looks to be cloudy much of the time as well, high 22. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, back at it, 866-391-1020. Let's say hi to Rick. Rick, you're on the air. What's going on, bud?
It's great to be on the air with you guys. You guys are so knowledgeable. I'm puzzled. Listen, my question is, liquid water from the gutters. It's 15 degrees the day before yesterday. Water, and I'm thinking, wait a minute. There was 2 layers of insulation in the very top of the house. I added another layer. How is there liquid water dripping from the exterior down to the rear where the east is, which the sun is shining on? How could that be when it's 15 degrees? And now here it is today, 2 days later. It's now 6 degrees, sun shining, same type of day, nothing dripping. Is that much heat?
So that was not in the sunlight the other day, the part of the house you're talking about?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Because, you know, what was interesting out there, and I thought it was interesting, you notice out there in how the sidewalks are slightly starting to melt. You know, it's funny how UV light will help start melting things very slightly.
Even at cold temperatures.
Even at cold temperatures. Like yesterday was, you know, I don't what the high was, but you could actually see sidewalks wet and what have you because that additional UV heat is enough to get that water flowing. That's the only thing I could suspect that it was just the UV light from the sun was enough to heat a little bit to get that flow moving.
I mean, I'll answer that on mine is my driveway. I got an asphalt driveway. I didn't put salt on it, didn't put calcium on it, didn't put magnesium. I put nothing on it. It's completely clear. There's nothing on it. I mean,
but doesn't that have something to do with spring coming on?
That has more to do with the sunlight coming on and heating the surface and melting the ice. I mean, even if you go to Antarctica and you throw a rock on the ice shelf, you come back in 2 or 3 days, there's a puddle of water there because it just that dark material just sucks that heat in and melts.
Wow.
So your roof is going to do the same thing. Your shingles are majority of the time are dark colored. All it needs is to be exposed to the sunlight, and they'll start to heat up and they'll start to melt it on their own without doing a thing to them.
Okay, one other question. Is it true that the gas in the gas meter has a potential of freezing and shutting the furnace down, and we should be putting towels or some type of insulation or a box around that gas meter?
Absolutely. There is moisture in your gas line. I have had gas meters that have frozen on different houses. It happened to my parents' farmhouse. Is it common? No. Can it happen? Absolutely. A lot has to do with the side of the house the gas meter's on, whether it gets any sunlight, no sunlight. Is it in a wind tunnel that it gets a lot of the wind and the severe cold and so forth with it? But, sure, a gas meter can freeze. And once it freezes, you get no gas and it'll suffocate and shut off a furnace. Is it common? No, it is not common. If you have the capability of insulating your gas meter, if you're afraid that it'll be freezing, sure, go ahead. Wrap it in blankets or towels. But more than that, you would have to protect it from the wind. If you go putting a cloth towel out there and then that towel gets moist and then that towel freezes on top of the gas meter, you're going to make things worse. Now, if you're going to build some form of a box protection to keep moisture off of those insulation that you wrap around the meter, then that's a different scenario on it. So, if you can insulate and build a box and insulate a gas meter, but can a gas meter freeze? Absolutely, it can. Is it common? No, it's not. But yes, it can.
Hey, one more thing. It's an Andy tip.
Okay.
It can't be mentioned too often. For the people out there, do not use an extension cord on an electric heater. That can't be said often enough. Do not do it. That's all I have to say. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
All right,
you guys
Rick.
have a good day, and your show is getting better and better every week.
Thanks,
Thank
Rick.
you.
I appreciate it.
All right, 866-391-1020. The first time we've had no calls this entire show. So anybody wants to jump on board, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, and I want to just emphasize a little bit more about these icicles and gutters and dam buildup and so forth. Most houses, especially if you have the newer roofs, you're protected from the water getting in by the ice shields that are underneath your shingles. So if you have a newer roof or they put the proper type of ice shield underneath your shingles, even if you get the ice dams building up on it, you should be protected from the water coming into the house. Now, in saying that, you have the older roofs, older construction where they didn't use the ice shield or the proper distance of the ice shield up underneath the shingles. That's where you need to be concerned with the ice building up on the gutters. And in doing that, those hockey puck roof pucks that are made out of calcium are simple, easy, and work very well, but they're going to be pretty hard to locate. Just getting calcium or magnesium is going to can do the job for you. And try and reach out bedroom windows, bathroom windows, and slide that calcium or magnesium down onto the gutter to thaw and break up those ice dams really quickly. I really caution people about trying to get on ladders when it's sub-zero and you got slippery, snow-covered boots and so forth on it to get up and do it. I've seen people that have created just on a extendable broom handle and screwed a tin cup to it and scoop in the calcium and dump it out that way. There's a lot of homemade remedies with it. I've had people fill stockings full of calcium or magnesium and throwing those up on the roof, and you got a big sausage link sitting on top of the gutter. When you have the ice building up and you're concerned with it coming in, then you need to treat it. But please, please, please be cautious when you're doing that on the roofs.
All right, right back to the phones. Now all 6 lines are on hold, so let's go top to bottom. Here's Peggy in O'Hara. She's up next for the guys from True Value on KDK. Hello, Peggy.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Thank you. I have a question. My dryer duct has a coating of frost on it. Should I go to the laundromat between now and March? Or the interior of it is fine. I mean, I opened the door. The only frost I see is actually on the top of the duct that leads to the vent that goes outside, of course.
Okay.
That just sounds like the flap door on the outside isn't closed and allowing the cold air to blow in.
Yeah,
I checked the flapper yesterday because it was nice and sunny, and the flapper is down.
Okay. For me to say don't use your dryer, that'd be silly. That's a 4-inch line that's going to be shocking if it freezes, as long as that door is opening and the exhaust is going out. So turn your dryer on, and after 5 minutes or so of the dryer working, trudge outside, and if you see the exhaust blowing out of the line, you're safe and good to go. Now, if that door is closed and there's no exhaust coming out, then yeah, that's a different issue, and that would be carbon monoxide coming back into the house itself, because that is a gas appliance that you're using that with. So just be cautious, take a look, and see what it is. If it's an electric dryer, then that's a different ball game. There's no carbon monoxide or anything with it. So, but just take a look, and if the flapper's working and the exhaust is coming out, I'm not concerned with a little bit of frost on the outside of the pipe.
Okay, it's an electric dryer, and the only frost I see is on the duct.
Yeah. If it's electric, then there's not carbon monoxide with it. It's just a matter of if it's not exhausting, then the clothes aren't going to be drying.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because water and electricity doesn't
mix well, right?
No, not at all.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks,
Stay
Jen.
safe. Thanks, Peggy.
All right, let's sneak one more before the break. Let's go to Adele Beachview. Hey, good morning. You're on the True Value Home Improvement Show. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm fine, toasty warm in the house, but not outside. Hey, I have a silly question, and I didn't want to go to Google, but you know how you leave your faucets dripping at night, and I left them in the basement, in the bathtub, the kitchen sink. Do you leave them on dripping all day long, or is it okay to go in maybe once an hour and turn the faucets all on?
Yeah,
that is totally up to you. I mean, if you've had issues with them freezing in the past, and you're not using water very often, to leave it drip a little wee bit, that's going to help the situation. But it's really not. I don't believe it's necessary. I'm not a big fan of dripping the faucets unless it's something that's on the outside wall or something like that, where that it's definitely going to freeze. If it's if it's an internal, inside the house, no plumbing on exterior walls, I'm not a fan of dripping the faucets.
Okay, very good. I know previously I lived in a house that was over 100 years old, and I had a toilet on an outside wall, and that toilet froze up.
Definitely can have that problem.
There. Yeah, I no longer live there, and I've not had any issues. But it's like I keep going, should I turn this off? What should I do? Thanks, gentlemen.
All
Please
right.
stay well and stay warm, and thank you for all the good information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Next hour, Caitlin Seigan. We'll go anywhere where it's warm. AAA, of course, East Central's Talking Travel. And then Cohen and I, total reality divorce expert. We'll talk some divorce, and also Dorothy's Candies, Countdown to Valentine's Day on KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, busy time, but we want to remind everyone, whatever you need to get through the cold weather, we've got it for you at True Value, right?
Yeah, you go to TrueValue.com to find your nearest store, but the stores that help out with the True Value Home Improvement Hour are Daniels Discount and Appliance True Value, Piper True Value Hardware and Supply, R.C. Walter & Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value, EV True Value Hardware, and Sarver True Value Hardware.
All right, here we go. Kathy, North Huntington, Downspout on KDKA. Hey, Kath.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good.
Good.
I got a question for you. My downspouts were run underground, and the opening for the discharge is actually into the street. Well, that opening is now buried under 3 feet of ice and snow. Do I need to go out and try and find my opening and shovel that all out, or when the sun hits and it starts melting, would that automatically run through?
I would say I would want to clear that pipe out.
Definitely clear it out.
You're bringing up a great point where we're concerned with all of these issues that are going to happen once things start to melt. And again, I mentioned earlier in the show, we don't know how it's going to melt. We don't know if we're going to get a couple nice days where it's 35 degrees and all of a sudden we've got a massive melt going on. But we want the pipes to flow as best we can because we don't want the water to back up into the homes. And that all could happen if, of course, the end pipe is completely blocked. So I would recommend.
That's what I was afraid of.
I would recommend trying to get out there and trying to get it cleared to that pipe so that when it does warm up, it does have a place to flow.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have it's not something you have to do today and you got to do it all in one day and so forth. You have the time with the temperature staying where they are, that it's not desperate situation, but ultimately those downspouts will back up if the outlet is not cleared.
Okay, I've got a couple of them, so I'm just going to take my time and do what I can.
Good.
Yep, do a little at a time, work at it. Like Andy said, you don't have to do it all in one day. We got a week of this temperature, so you work a little bit every day and get it done.
I was just concerned because it's going to warm up, and I know, when it warms up, like you say, the water on the roof melts, and then you go from there.
Great call, Kathy. I'm sure you're helping other people that are listening as well with the same issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Vicki. Vicki, you're up next on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Hi, Vic.
Oh, hi, Rob. Thanks. Hey, wonderful show as always. Hey, I have a kind of a funny question. I have a metal roof. It's that kind of fancier one that looks like faux slate, if you know what kind I mean.
Right.
You know which one I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, well, it's only 4 years old, but, I'm never going to get used to it when it snows. And I have snow guards in the front. It's a ranch-type house, but in the back it's kind of high. But he never recommended for us to put the snow guards on the back of the house because we're not really back there, all that much. But anyways, when the snow comes off the roof, it sounds like an earthquake or like somebody's bowling on the roof. I don't hear anybody else say this.
Well,
it's so loud.
It is with metal roofs. That's one of the things that happens. The snow just slides off. But if you think of it, having the snow slide off the roof, that means you shouldn't get as much of the snow buildup or the ice dams. So, it's noisy when it slides off, but having the snow slide off is good for you.
Now, also remember, most of the stores here. Okay, now also remember, most of the stores now do sell roof rakes, which look like a plow on a long pole.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you make the pole longer. You can reach up on the roof and pull that snow off when you want it to come off, as opposed to letting it come off on its own, which is a very good benefit for you, and it's also a safety issue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be true. Well, I had to have it in the front, the snow guards, but in the back, would that make a difference if I put them on there in the back, or do you think that wouldn't be good?
It would prevent it, yes.
It prevents the snow from sliding off the roof is what they do.
So that wouldn't be good, though. I'd better off having it slide off in the back if it's not dangerous, right?
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay, then I probably won't do it. I just have to watch. Okay, hey, thanks. Always good talking to you guys.
Yep.
God bless.
All right, here we go to Cindy. Cindy, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I was calling the EV True Value in the South Hills. I guess it's Library Road.
Okay.
Do they still have if you bring a 5-gallon bucket and you dig the rocks out yourself, do they still have that for
Absolutely.
$5?
Right now we have about 200 ton in stock. So that's a lot of 5-gallon buckets. So yes, go there all day long today, tomorrow, whatever you want. You could fill it up with rock salt, and it's $1 a gallon. So if you have a 5-gallon bucket, it costs you $5 for 50 pounds of rock salt.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day. Be safe.
Thank you.
That's a lot of rock salt.
That's a lot of rock salt for a very inexpensive price, but it's just our way of trying to keep people in stock with the products they want. And each of your store has some different products in stock. I still have magnesium in stock. I still have the bulk rock salt. I still have rakes, the hockey pucks we're doing, and snow shovels and so forth. But, check with your store to see what they have or don't have in stock. But we're getting trucks. All of us are getting trucks 2, 3, 4 times a week. So we're trying to do everything we can to keep everything in stock that our customers need. It was, but please understand, this was a very, very, very busy couple of weeks for the stores. And, we're here to help and serve. So come in with your questions. Call us with your questions. We're here to help you out.
All right, Mike, some things that people can do just to stay safe and to keep their house safe.
Yeah, well, it's a great thing. Two points I'd make. One, continue to listen to the True Value Home Improvement Hour every Saturday. If you've got any questions, call in, and we're happy to help you through that. And then secondarily, rely on your local True Value hardware store throughout the week. And we'll give you the guidance. I guess where I'm going with this is that this is, we're in one of those weirdo times. Like I think it was 1994 was the last time that we've had this kind of cold temperatures for this long. So it's very dangerous, obviously, out there for everything. Vehicle driving, it's dangerous for your home. Anything that opens and moves, garage doors, front doors are all put under stress. So one of the things we usually suggest is don't do anything if you can. Like if it's not an emergency, like we were talking about the icicles at this point. The question was, will they possibly pull the gutters from the? Yeah, they're possibly. But right now is not the time to deal with it. Same thing with electrical issues or what have you. There's strains on the electrical systems. There's strains on the plumbing systems. So if you have an emergency or you have an issue, either call in to the radio show or call into your local True Value hardware store, and we can walk you through the best steps in the particular situation we're in, where, like, for example, it's probably hard to call your HVAC guy, and we'll be out there this afternoon, right? It's a little tough. Everybody's under strain, so lean on your local True Value hardware store. We can help you with any of the major questions you have to be safe and to keep your home working properly.
All right, and there's still things you could do if you don't have a clean furnace filter. Get that furnace filter changed today. It only takes you a minute to change it, and with how taxing it is on that furnace, like Rob, you were saying on your furnace, it's never shutting down. It's just going and going and going and going, and it's working in overtime right now. So you want to help it, by keeping that furnace filter clean. So if you don't want to do anything else, it's a great inside thing to do, but change that furnace filter.
And Andy, speak to the other thing we talk about being safe is supplemental heating is relied upon a ton now, but
absolutely. The number of heaters that we have sold in the past 2 weeks is hundreds. Of heaters of all type, from the oil-filled to the infrared to the quartz heaters to the straight old-fashioned milkhouse radiant heaters. And people need that supplemental heat for different reasons. But please be smart about it. Please be safe with it. If you're leaving the home, don't leave it on. Unplug it. And please don't ever use extension cords or power strips with it. There was a couple fires in the South Hills this week. One of them was due to a space heater plugged into a power strip. And that's just a big no-no, because creates that friction, creates that heat buildup in the two plugs, and it causes the meltdown and the fires on it. So be smart with what you're doing.
Even on that same issue, you're talking about the heaters plugged into the wall. If that outlet feels hot when that heater's plugged in, find a different outlet.
Yeah.
I mean, because those outlets can go bad if they're not making good contacts inside, and that'll generate heat. So if you have that heater plugged in and you've touched the end of it and it feels hot to the touch, or the wall feels hot to the touch, unplug it, because there could be a problem in the wall that can also cause a fire.
So how many people do you think are using their wood-fired stoves and their fireplaces now? How many people, I don't even want that, I don't need that. Yeah, we always had a fire going when I was growing up.
Absolutely. The amount of cordwood we've sold even in the past 2 weeks, Rob, has been, it's off the charts with it. So the cordwood, the kindling, the propane
hard
tanks,
to keep in stock.
Big propane tanks, small propane tanks, all propane tanks. It's been a strain on the inventory for our industry, but we're working at it, and I think our stores are doing pretty well.
Absolutely, and that's why again, rely on the show, rely on your local True Value hardware stores, because what we want to do, right, is prepare ourselves for these particular times.
Yep.
The gutters are already clean and what have you prior to the storm coming. our heaters or furnaces working properly, so we don't have to rely on independent heating and things like that. So these are the things that, if you be stewards of the show, listen, we can help you with these times when it becomes an emergency.
But be safe and take care of your neighbors, too. They probably need some help.
Keep an eye out for them, that's all.
Especially their elderly neighbors. That's
Absolutely.
Like me.
Yeah, happy birthday, Rob.
Happy birthday, Rob.
You believe, guys, I'm 69 years old.
Happy birthday.
We met each other. We were all in 30s.
You could sign up for Medicare.
Mike, you were like in your early 20s.
Can you imagine that? Yeah, I remember the first time I met you, Rob.
Wow.
The meeting, yeah. It was quite a while ago.
Yes, it was.
Very memorable.
But it seems like yesterday.
Your hair looks exactly the same. Everything looks the same.
What hair? Yeah. All right, 866-391-1020. Got to get this shot in before we get off the air. That's okay.
We love you, Rob.
I know you do. All right, stay tuned. These guys will be back next week. And coming up next, it's Caitlin Seigan, AAA Central Talking Travel.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Time is now as people want to get their tax situation squared away. It's Cole, Benoni, Wilson.
So many changes. Even the tax professionals were double checking the rules. There's dozens. You're seeing them, like you said, on the federal and state by state adjustments, inflation updates.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
The weather may be frigid, but the savings are hot at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound, and USDA Choice Petite Sirloin Sizzler Steaks are $6.99 a pound. In the produce department, red ripe strawberries, 1 pound package, 2 for $6, and fresh blueberries, 1 pint package, 2 for $6. In the bakery department, San Fran style sourdough bread is $5.50 a loaf. And in our deli department, penne pasta with bolognese sauce, 1 pound package, $5.99 each, and yellow or white Land O'Lakes American cheese is $5.49 a pound. Additional savings this week. Selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper. 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15. And selected varieties of Central Everyday Potato Chips. 9-ounce bags, 2 for $4.
So stay warm and get in on all the hot savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 6 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 people were hurt in an overnight fire in New Kensington. A fire broke out around 1 o'clock this morning at a home on Oates Boulevard. No word on the extent of those injuries. No word on what caused the fire. The cause of the fire right now is under investigation. Crews fought an apartment building fire in Mather, Greene County. So far, 3 people were flown to the hospital as a result. That fire began overnight around 2 o'clock. Unknown the extent of those injuries and
The cause of the fire, of course, under investigation at this hour. One person was taken to the hospital after a crash in Fawn Township, Allegheny County. That crash happened Friday evening in the 2600 block of Bull Creek Road. Police said driver of a Nissan Frontier struck an oncoming SUV. Police believe the driver of that Frontier was driving too fast to navigate the bend in the road. That driver is in the hospital this morning. Cause of the crash under investigation. Well, another Pittsburgh company stepping up to help the city prepare for the winter weather. Here's News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush.
The PNC Foundation is donating $2 million to help upgrade Pittsburgh's snow removal fleet. Mayor Corey O'Connor says the funding came together through conversations focused on making sure the city is better prepared for severe winter weather.
Once we won the general election, it was just meeting with companies, talking to people, having community meetings, just talking to everybody and just putting out our vision. And I think with a clear vision, people see that, we're sticking to it. These are promises we made and we were going to address them. And when companies step up, it makes a big difference for all of us.
O'Connor says the money will allow the city to purchase about 15 new vehicles this year, with plans to add as many as 50 new plow trucks to the fleet overall. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Former director of the Western Pennsylvania Youth Football League is now facing criminal charges for allegedly diverting nearly $250,000 to his personal accounts. Attorney General Dave Sunday says 57-year-old William Spencer had been director of the league when it was known as the Washington Green Youth Football League. He says Spencer used money from the league to fund his own credit cards, also add to his personal retirement account, also make purchases at Amazon and other retailers. Alleged misuse happened between 2013 and 2025. KDK Radio News Time, 11:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. AccuWeather forecast next.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The record cold from overnight leads to a frigid start to the weekend today with clouds and a high of 16, and it stays cloudy tonight with an early flurry and a low of just 2. Clouds break for some afternoon sun tomorrow, but it stays cold, high 21. Then Monday also looks to be cloudy much of the time with a high of 22. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And in the Metropolitan Window video screen, you can see this show with her, Caitlin Seigan, stream live, and you can hear it too. Click on KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch. It's 2 above 0. Last week, we were at the beautiful travel showcase. Lots of big trips, warm weather destination, cruises were being booked. She had a couple of her representatives from the North Hills office there. It was a good time had by one and all. Cut short, though, because Sunday, just too cold. The snow rolled in. She couldn't get to work for 2 days. Somehow, I did get to work, but I got to tell you, I'm feeling it a week later, that cold of 2 above. But we can get you to some warm weather destination. But believe it or not, there are people that actually like cold weather vacations, do they not?
There sure are. I am not one of those people, but there are definitely a lot of people, some of those real bucket list trips. I mean, Andrea and that crew went up to Alaska a couple weeks ago. That looked incredible. When you see those pictures, you just have to prepare accordingly, beginning to see things like the Northern Lights and going dog sledding. That stuff is also such a bucket list thing, as well as things like Antarctica. I had a friend who just recently traveled to Antarctica and got to see like 6 different species of penguins. And so those destinations are, really popular as well. I am already dreaming of the beach and a warm weather getaway, but that's the beautiful thing about travel. There's options everywhere all the time.
Here's what we do have to do. Take a little time and thank all of those certified AAA garages and those who have that on their vehicle, those 3 A's that we recognize who have been out in every type of condition. Right now, I'm sure jump-starting a car, somebody on the side of the road, somebody stuck in the snow. Where would we be without those incredible workers?
Absolutely. We always talk about the membership and how it pays back in dividends. And, we've been so fortunate lately with the winters being pretty mild that, we were due for this. Unfortunately, we kind of saw it coming. And, without that membership, you wouldn't be able to jumpstart your car or any of those, unfortunately, these cold temperatures are just brutal on these vehicles, especially when you're outside. So that's why even if you don't have the membership, it's not too late because unfortunately, I don't think winter is quite over yet, as we head into February.
Here's the big story, and I see Rob in there still at the anchor desk. Maybe he might want to use some of this later. The TSA has come out and said, no real ID. We're going to start fining you now. We've been telling folks for the longest time, even telling them that they would eventually start fining. Now, it's not that much, but it's still enough. Nobody wants to spend money. They want to save money or go on vacation and spend money. But explain why you need a real ID. And if you don't have it, the TSA has said, and that includes this beautiful airport, they're going to start fining people.
Absolutely. So they were able to make exceptions, if you didn't have a real ID certified document. So a real ID or a passport still works, even flying domestically. But you still need, they went through additional security measures, and that ended up being very costly to their personnel and the time, So we did foresee this coming with the fines, and so it's worth it to get TSA pre-check. It's less than, and get that real ID as well, so that you have all of these things. The real ID is good for, years, as well as the TSA pre-check. So really just, even if you're flying once a year, it pays for itself.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Now the DMV, they don't have the long line of people anymore. Right. So you're going to be in and out. Just go get it done. If you're not doing anything, put your stuff together. You can go online, see what you have. You got to get a couple of, utility bills and stuff like that. Receipts. Just go in there and get it done.
Exactly. So none of the AAA offices, even the ones that have the photo licensing center, are able to process the initial real IDs. That does have to go through a full service photo licensing center, one of the PennDOT facilities. But, you can, like you said, you can go online or you can stop in any of our branches. We do have the checklists printed out. You can grab that checklist, make sure that you, check it twice and have everything that you need before you go and apply for that real ID. And there's a few facilities in the area, including like Bridgeville and Jeanette, that you can get them printed on site, or they'll process your paperwork and you'll get it in the mail in a couple weeks.
Yeah,
so there's a lot of options.
Yeah, here's the other thing that I noticed at the Travel Showcase. If you're a person who really doesn't want to multitask, you want it all under one roof. Speaking of roof, homeowners insurance, life insurance, car insurance, all through AAA, because of the volume, the buying power, the best monthly rates anywhere. And when you see that come in the mail that it's either one of the above, why not bundle it all and get it done?
Absolutely. And we've seen a lot of great rate cuts on our auto insurance recently.
Big time.
Yeah. So it's definitely worth, even price shopping around. That is something insurance is one of those things that companies don't always necessarily reward loyalty. So, there's no obligation to shop around and get a quote. So, even if you've had the same insurance company for 10, 20 years, it's worth checking it out. So stop into an office, bring your current policy, or even if you don't have that, they're able to access a lot of things with just some basic information about you and your vehicles.
So you'll appreciate this. You and my oldest son are in that same age range, and I have a 26 and a 24-year-old, another son and daughter. So I spent a couple of hours with them the other day, and when you get to this stage, and you'll see, you basically do all the listening and they do all the talking. But the thing that I stopped them in mid-sentence, because they're both planning this little get-together and this getaway with some of their friends in a couple of weeks, and they said, and I didn't initiate the conversation, my daughter said, did you get, insurance, traveler's insurance? And my son went, oh, yeah, no worries. That's the first thing I did. And I went, even if you're not listening to the AAA show, I'm glad that you're doing that because, I mean, you got a 24-year-old and 26-year-old. The very first thing about other than we're going here and we're leaving here at this time, my daughter simply said, did you get travel insurance? How smart is that?
That really is, because I think that, I mean, it's not necessarily dependent on age, but I feel like sometimes you think, well, I'm going on this trip no matter what.
They know they're vulnerable, and that's what's great.
Unfortunately, the universe sometimes has other plans. So it is, and it's not just protecting you, it's protecting, your relatives. It really protects, it protects your investment. And it's such a small portion of the cost of the total trip that, even especially if you're planning, a long ways out, I've seen people booking, they have cruise dates out for 2028 already.
No kidding.
So it's not too early to start planning that, but of course you want to protect that investment, whether it's something that you're planning to travel last minute or you're planning years into the future.
Here's what I like too, the fact that you book it for a year or so, it really does give you something to think about and help you get through winter days like today.
Yeah.
But what's amazing to me is, here's the other thing. When you're young and you go on these vacations, you think you're, invincible. But if you have some sort of medical procedure that needs to be done or even like take a life flight off a cruise ship, you got to have this insurance.
Right. And we do always recommend, the insurance you could buy up until 48 hours prior to departure. However, if you don't buy it within those first 14 days, you're not covering those pre-existing conditions. So, you want to purchase that at the time of deposit and just make sure that you're covered and you don't have to worry about that. You can actually, as you said, look forward to it, plan the excursions, look into the cool restaurants and the must-do experiences and not worry about what might come up between now and then.
I'll give you an example. So I left here Monday night to go back home. Took hours to get home. I mean, hours. It was horrific. Even getting to work Monday night was tough. But the one thing that gave me confidence the entire time I was on the road and I was gripping that steering wheel is that I knew I had my AAA membership.
Right.
And
exactly.
I could wait in my car with the heat running and make a call.
Yes. And we have our emergency road service crews, not just here in Western Pennsylvania, but they're fielding calls across our whole footprint. I have a friend that runs a call center out in California. And she was talking about all the calls coming from this area. And, and that snowstorm hit, from Texas to Maine, it was half the country. And, so we are equipped with call center agents across our footprint to ensure that we can get to you as quickly as possible.
800-354-8761, 800-354-8761. So we're going to do a little Branson. We got a little cruise coming up for you as well. Anything else on your mind before we take our first break?
It's just definitely, to our point earlier, it's not too early to start planning. We do have a great winter sale. So if, unfortunately with, like you said, the travel show being cut short on Sunday for everyone's safety, we still have a great winter sale going on through the first week of February. So there's so many discounts and things that you could take advantage of, additional onboard credit for cruises, etc. So if there's something that you had your eye on or something that you want to follow up with, now's the time to get that best price and lock that in, whether it's for this year or even next.
Yeah, and just imagine if you've been shut in because of the cold, the wintry weather, and you want to get out and stretch your legs, do something, you go, you book a trip, so you get out and you see the rest of the world and how we're living because you've been gone for a week. Well, guess what? You can also book an incredible trip and get some great savings too. All right, we're going to come back. We got lots of stuff to get to. Caitlin Seigan is here in that number, 800-354-8761. Back with more AAA East Central's Talking Travel on KDKA with your Pat Pack in just a couple of minutes.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Looking for an out-of-the-ordinary getaway? AAA presents Yellowstone in Winter, a 6-night tour package to America's most famous national park and more. Trust us, winter is the absolute best time for viewing the park's spectacular wildlife and jaw-dropping natural wonders. And best of all, you can forget about any crowds. Fly into Salt Lake City, home of the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. Then travel to Yellowstone, board a comfy, cozy, heated snow coach, and marvel at amazing buffalo herds, Old Faithful Geyser, Yellowstone River Falls, and more. See the snow-capped Grand Tetons and savor the Wild West spirit of Jackson Hole, Wyoming. You'll even sleigh ride through an elk refuge. You also have an opportunity for an optional snowmobile excursion. Join them this winter. They offer several dates in January and February. Visit your local AAA or call 1-800-354-8761. Experience a winter adventure you won't forget.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so it wasn't that many years ago that I started hearing about Branson, and they all had their theaters there. It gave a lot of these entertainers a whole new lease on life, and they loved it because they could do residencies there, something that is very famous now in Las Vegas. But it has all the bells and whistles, and we were talking about it on AAA a long time ago, and there is still a heartbeat. People still love it, and it's gaining a whole lot of momentum again. So let's talk Branson. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is one of our East Central featured vacations departures, Showtime in Branson and the Great Passion Play. So the departure dates are May 26th through the 31st of 2026. It's a 5-night trip and it includes airfare. So you start in St. Louis and you get to have that little, explore St. Louis. You get to see the Gateway Arch, one of those beautiful national parks. You get to ride the St. Louis Wheel, which is similar to like the London Eye, things like that. Very beautiful views of the city. You also get to spend 4 nights in Branson. So you get to see 4 different shows there in Branson, including Six, which is the really famous play that has been on Broadway and everything. And you also get to see David at the Sight and Sound Theater. So those are so immersive, such an immersive experience there with not just the actual theater. It surrounds you and really a 3D, 4D full experience. You also get to go over across the border into Arkansas to Eureka Springs and get to experience their Victorian downtown. And you get to see the Great Passion Play there. So if you're a theater lover, this is great for you. Even if 1 or 2 of those shows you've heard of or intrigues you, getting to experience all of these shows is a really neat experience. And it does include 5 breakfasts, 1 lunch, and 4 dinners. So it's a really great deal with everything. It's kind of all inclusive, so to speak. And really getting to have that local tour guide with you is also incredible. It does include the airfare. So if you're leaving from Pittsburgh, we do have some direct flights into St. Louis. So it's a great quick getaway, quick arrival. And again, those featured dates are May 26th through the 31st. You're looking at $2,589 per person for double occupancy, right? And $3,039 for single occupancy. So again, that's the round trip airfare. That's all the hotel stays. That's entrance to all of the theaters and reserved seating, reserved ticketing. Getting to experience Gateway Arch National Park. And as well as the St. Louis Wheel and all that full day of sightseeing in St. Louis, as well as all those meals. So it's a great deal, really nice little getaway. It's great weather that time of year. It's not too hot, but it's nice and warm. It feels so far. Thinking of May 26th to the 31st sounds so far away. Thinking of it being warm and nice, but it's a beautiful experience that kind of it blends like metropolitan St. Louis with also Branson, and also getting to see your Eureka Springs and that Victorian downtown that is almost frozen in time.
Listen, from Cajun to ribs, St. Louis has got a wide variety of food and culture. But you know what trips like this are good for? People who haven't traveled in a while and are like, oh, I don't know if I really want to travel again. I got things to do.
Right.
You take this, you get a small sample size. It could actually ignite that desire to want to go travel again. And if you want to feel as though if you still have it or not, you want to kind of travel the world, why not take this trip?
Absolutely. Exactly. And so with it being one of our East Central featured vacations, people are departing from the area. They're flying out of Pittsburgh. They're flying out of Cleveland, Louisville, Kentucky. But you meet someone. I know so many people when I was a travel agent, or my travel agents now still have people that their clients met someone on a trip and now they meet up every year. And,
my parents did that all the time.
Right. And it starts with something like this, a little 5-night trip to, St. Louis and Branson and Eureka Springs, Arkansas. And then they're heading to London, and then they're heading on an African safari. It's really neat to have those. You meet someone that you really mesh with really well. And this is such a nice experience to kind of get that and get to meet new people and see the world while you're at it.
Well, and this is also good for mom and dad who went through the holidays and took care of their kids, did all the cooking, did everything, shoveled the snow, and they just want a little downtime. Call grandma, grandpa, say, can you watch the kids for a couple of days and go on this trip?
Absolutely.
Could just get a little downtime. You deserve
right.
it.
I say, and the Ozarks are just a beautiful part of our nation, and so it's a great, little experience. But then again, you're still so close to home, but you don't feel like you are.
Do you realize back when Branson opened, some of the biggest names in entertainment put hotels up? I mean,
Right.
Andy Williams. I mean, for those of you who are old enough, Tony Orlando. I mean, Bobby Vinton from Cannonsburg. I mean, they all had hotels. It was
Right.
huge. Huge.
Yeah, I say, and Branson just has so much history. It's overlooked when people think about, you mentioned Las Vegas or even like Nashville in that area. But Branson is such an incredible destination. So it's definitely really a great time to experience that. And St. Louis, as being the jumping off point here of the trip is great because Route 66 runs right through St. Louis. And of course, we're here at the centennial year. We're in 2026, the centennial of Route 66. They've got all sorts of different things going on. With like the neon lights, with the, bringing back that history and that culture of Route 66 as well. So now is a great time to get to experience. It's almost like multiple trips in one.
You know what I just realized sitting here? And I know it's hard to think that far ahead, especially when it's right now, 14 degrees, actually warmed up. But the 250th birthday is this summer.
Right.
So if you wanted to go to D.C. or you wanted to do something patriotic or you just wanted to go to the Jersey Shore, you might want to think about getting it done now.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. We've got all these big anniversaries, these big milestones coming up here in 2026 that, maybe you need to plan a little bit more than you maybe have in the past. There's not maybe going to be as many last minute deals or availability. So if there is something you're looking for, it's never too early to start looking and kind of lock something in.
Do you remember the Tall Ships, 1976? And I remember yesterday, I was 19.
Wow.
And I remember saying, I wonder what it's going to be like, in 2026.
Right.
And I'm here. So listen, but I got to tell you, it's easier to get to some of these places today with AAA than it even was for any of us 50 years ago.
Absolutely. I say, the world is getting smaller and smaller, and that's a great thing.
Oh, but AAA is still the best way, and the pricing and this and that. And who would have ever thought life insurance, home insurance, auto insurance? I mean, that's fantastic.
Right. Whether you're looking to drive or fly or take the auto train down to Florida or, anywhere across the country with Amtrak, there's so many options. And some facet of a AAA office will be able to help you, whether you need that triptych for your road trip or you want to have help booking those flights, getting that rental car, whatever it may be. Stop in. It's really a one-stop shop, and it's the membership that really pays you back in dividends.
Listen, when I was a kid, many, 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 many years ago, CBS, Walter Cronkite, the Evening News had Charles Kuralt, and he had one of the very first RVs, okay? And it was Charles Kuralt on the road, so he would just go, and they would show him. He'd be in Biloxi, Mississippi. He'd be in Chicago, Illinois. So if you want to get a Hertz rent-a-car from AAA and you're thinking, I got 2 weeks off this summer, we're going to drive across the country and see the biggest ball of yarn or whatever.
Right.
Get planning now, because I'm 250th. You realize every single municipality, borough, township, city, this summer, and you can find all this stuff out on the internet, something we didn't have in 1976, but they're all going to be celebrating.
Absolutely. There's going to be all sorts of celebrations, and it's going to be weeks, months long. All summer long will be a celebration. It's not going to be, limited to the 4th of July. It's going to be extended and expanded. So, you really want to take advantage of that. Even if you want to, travel in May, you want to travel in August, I'm sure there's still going to be activities going on.
Well, see, you were the one that really piqued my interest again, because, who doesn't love the exotic vacation or going to London or Paris or, a nice cruise? But I've often said, just to drive through some town of 8,000, in the middle of nowhere, just to see the culture, go to the diner.
Right.
You have had some of the most amazing 3-4 day road trips ever. That's what really always interests me about you. You like that. Let's go off and explore Tennessee, Memphis for a couple of days. To me, that's what vacations are all about.
I remember my first road trip. We flew into Boston and rented a car, and having that freedom with the rental car to just see, you see something on the side of the road, that looks cool. And no one was telling you couldn't go. You just pulled right over and saw what it was, whether it was a farm stand or, a little market, coffee shop, whatever it is. You're not limited by anything when you go on a little road trip. So it is really nice to experience, what makes this country great and what makes, America as it is.
Listen, even right now, go to a Holiday Inn Express or Hilton Inn Garden Express or Marriott and basically book a room for 2 days and just let room service wait on you,
All right.
And you'll be warm. You'll be warm.
Oh, absolutely.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. We're going to come back. So tell them what we're doing when we come back.
Yeah, so we have another featured vacation, one of our cruises on Canada and New England on the Carnival Venezia. So this is another great departure. We're going to head up to Canada, New England, looking at some dates in September when the leaves just start to change up there in New England and in Canada. So it's a great departure, round trip out of New York City, and it's a motor cruise. So
we've been talking a lot since you've been here, and I'm like, I can't wait till Caitlin gets back. And here it is, Cultural Treasures of Japan. You actually went to Japan.
I did. I've been to Japan twice now, and I love it. It's such a great destination. So we do have some featured vacations there. We've 3 bonus trips here at the end to talk about Cultural Treasures of Japan, Italian Vistas, and Shades of Ireland. So some really great international destinations as well.
So a new year, new attitude. You're going to be out there. Any place in your future you're going to be traveling to?
It's so hard to narrow down. I'm really interested in South America this year. So really, debating whether I want to do like Argentina and Chile for like the wine regions, maybe do Peru and do Machu Picchu or Brazil and, see the beautiful beaches and Christ the Redeemer. But something in South America, I think, is in my near future.
Absolutely love it. All right, listen, we're going to get a break in here, then we'll come back. And after Rob gives you the headlines at the bottom of the hour, let me just tell you what's up for the rest of today. We're with you till 1. Then, of course, my colleagues will be here later in the afternoon. But Rob Taylor's got the news at 11:30. Caitlin comes back for a couple of segments. We still have that cruise to tell you about. Don't forget, anything you are hearing today and you need more information, go to AAA.com, or for our itineraries, AAA.com/radio, or pick up the phone toll-free number to book some of these trips, 800-354-8761. Next hour, Nan Cohen, a twofer today. First half, her and I talking about divorce reality expert Nan Cohen. And then getting ready for what is 2 weeks from today, Valentine's Day. So we're going to be joined by some folks. Marlene will be here from Dorothy's Candy. So we got a little bit of everything for you. Rest of the day right here, KDKA, 100.1 FM, AM 1020. It's your Pratt Pack. Rob, 2.5 minutes away with that update. At 11:30 as our Saturday continues with AAA East Central's Talking Travel. Back with Caitlin Seigan. She's the manager of the North Hills office up there on McKnight Road in just a couple of minutes. Good morning.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 10 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 people were hurt in an overnight fire in New Kensington. Fire broke out around 1 o'clock this morning at a home on Oates Boulevard. Right now, no word on the extent of the injuries or what caused that fire. Also, crews had to fight an apartment building fire in Mather, Greene County. 3 people were flown to the hospital from that fire. That began around 2 o'clock this morning. Unknown the extent of injuries as well as the cause of that fire. Well, Pennsylvania's blood supply has been at critical levels, and the cold weather hasn't helped. Now lawmakers are considering a measure to encourage companies to hold blood drives at the office. Here's News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
The measure mirrors one from Oklahoma, where employers who hold an on-site blood drive for their employees could get a $20 income tax credit for each verified employee donation, capping it at $500,000 in tax credits each year. Northampton County State Representative Ann Flood says blood banks have seen a dramatic decrease in donations since COVID, and the proposed tax credit through 2029 would incentivize business owners to make blood drives more convenient to help increase the blood supply. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
'Tis the season for germs and viruses. Fight back with Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills germs, viruses, and bacteria. Pick up a bottle of Sniper at participating True Value hardware stores or visit disinfectwithsniper.com.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Krause.
Marine Corps Captain George Christmas of Washington County was awarded the Navy Cross Medal for gallantry in the Republic of Vietnam on 5 February 1968. Captain Christmas's platoon was attacking an enemy strongpoint when it came under fire. With their momentum halted, Christmas, without regard for his personal safety, ran across open ground to assess his situation. Returning under fire, he rejoined his men and issued an attack order. Captain Christmas then ran 70 meters across fire-swept terrain to reach a tank and stood on it to direct fire. Sensing a tactical advantage, he then led his platoon in room-to-room successful fighting.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. Visit soldiersandsailorshall.org for more information.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon stays very cold as we turn out cloudy, high 16. Could be a flurry this evening, then cold tonight, low 1. Clouds tomorrow at 20. Sun gives way to clouds Monday at 25. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Degger, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, Caitlin Seigan is here. You know, before we get to this cruise and some of these other incredible destinations, I'm glad that I brought up about that 250th birthday. If you want to see America this coming summer, and who wouldn't, especially with that massive, that milestone, 250 years, you may want to start planning it real soon. And if you have no idea and you just want to see America and you want to do the patriotic thing, the red, white, and blue for 250, just go talk to a travel expert, right?
Absolutely. We have so many different guided tours, small ship cruises, whether you want to do New England or some of the national parks out west. You know, if you're not looking to do it necessarily on your own, or even if you are, you don't have to be completely on your own with the AAA travel advisor there to help you plan, even if it is something that you're looking to do a road trip, just your family, or you want to do a cruise or a tour with a group and a leader and things like that. there are so many options here in our own country. So
Absolutely.
it's definitely not too early to start looking.
Yeah, I honestly, like this Wildwood, New Jersey, Ocean City, Maryland, New Jersey, Virginia Beach, this July 4th, going to be massive.
Oh, absolutely. I was already looking just out of curiosity's sake. Ocean City, Maryland was one of my favorite East Coast beaches. And, those rooms are booking up quick, so even if that's something you're looking to do at any point this summer, now's the time to really start planning, get that group together if you're looking to get one of those houses, whatever it may be.
I don't know if you've noticed it, but everybody I talk to, and I mean everybody, they're either going to Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina. Why are those three places, especially the Carolinas? I mean, people are going like Hilton Head, Nags Head. I mean, it's crazy.
Right. Well, I think it's because it's a little bit warmer all the time, so the water's a little bit warmer, a little bit earlier in the year, so that they have longer seasons than, New Jersey or Maryland or some of those more northerly beaches have. And, Florida is fantastic, but it is oversaturated in places. So, some of these other beach towns in the Carolinas are taking advantage of that, building up, developing new, hotels, new restaurants, new cafes, whatever it may be, so that you still have that same feeling, that same vacation vibe, but you're not necessarily going the whole way to Florida.
All right, one of our favorites, Carnival. This is all about Canada and New England. Go.
Yes, so we have a Carnival and Canada and New England sailing on the Carnival Venezia. These dates are September 13th through the 20th. So this is fantastic. It's one of those motor cruises. That means that you don't have to worry about flying to the port. You don't have to worry about parking your car at the port, driving out. The motor coach is included in this tour price. So we have 4 different pickup spots, looking at Independence, Ohio, Niles, Ohio, Cranberry Township here in PA, and New Stanton, Pennsylvania. So this is great. It sails out of New York City. So you get on that motor coach, and it takes you straight out to New Jersey, where you stay for your first night, and you get a New York City tour. It's almost like a bonus excursion, 2 trips in one, getting to see New York City before you get on board the beautiful Carnival Venezia, where you'll travel to St. John, New Brunswick, and Halifax, Nova Scotia, along with 2 sea days on either end there. So you can enjoy the amazing amenities on the Carnival Venezia. It's one of their bigger ships, really beautiful. These feature dates are September 13th through the 20th. So it's when it starts to just turn fall up there. You might see some hints of color, especially in these Canadian ports. It's starting at $1,855 for an interior stateroom, going the whole way up to $2,179 for a balcony. This is per person based on double occupancy. Of course, the AAA member rate, but this includes the motor crew or the motor coach. It includes a sightseeing tour. It includes that hotel pre-night there in New Jersey, and of course includes 5 nights cruise accommodation in your choice of stateroom, whether you're doing an interior, ocean view, balcony, and beyond. And also, of course, once you're on the ship, most of the meals and entertainment is included as well. And there's additional options to upgrade, to have a beverage package, or to do some additional excursions. But this is really as close to an all-inclusive cruise with the motor coach trip that you can really get. So this is a really great opportunity to see some of these beautiful ports in Canada and New England that it's a little bit harder to get to if you're not visiting by cruise ship. So this is a really great opportunity. And again, getting to see New York City sailing out there in Manhattan past the Statue of Liberty, really just breathtaking views. And again, warm enough in September that you can still enjoy New York City and such, be out on the open deck to get to see that beautiful sail away.
And listen, speaking of 250, I think that would be some mighty fine viewing of the Statue of Liberty, right?
Yeah, I think that will be incredible. I know that they're doing, I haven't read up on everything, but I know they're doing some, additional special things for the 250th, with lighting of the torch of the Statue of Liberty, etc. So, this is just a breathtaking view, not just the Statue of Liberty, but the incredible New York skyline is just one of my favorite sights in the world. So sailing out is just breathtaking. And this is a great deal.
All right, great deal. 800-354-8761. We have much more to get to, and we're going to do that. But I have to ask you, because I have had a couple of people go to Japan, too, and they said Tokyo is like Madison, it's like Times Square times 10.
Absolutely.
So you've been to both.
Yes.
Who's got more lights?
Japan. Tokyo would certainly have more, they do have New York City beat there in Times Square. It's just that neon laser lights everywhere, and it's just so breathtaking and overwhelming, but like beautifully overwhelming at the same time.
Can you walk through like downtown Tokyo? It's like easy to maneuver?
It is. It's very easy to maneuver. They have a great public transportation system as well. And because it's so metropolitan, Japanese will always be the first language, but the subway stops are always in English. Most people there speak English and can get you around, get you to where you're trying to go, point you in the direction of a public restroom, whatever it may be. So, that language barrier is no longer something to make you deterred from going to such a beautiful destination.
Well, you also realize since that 200th birthday, or going back to 1976, you didn't have a smartphone.
Right.
You didn't have an app on that phone that could basically translate any language.
Right.
There on the spot. So technology has made it a whole lot easier.
Absolutely. I mean, we even have those apps that you can just hold your phone up to a picture and it will translate the words on the picture. You don't even have to type anything in. It really makes the whole world that much more accessible. And again, that much smaller.
I know. It's pretty cool.
It is.
All right. So 800-354-8761. We'll go back and do all of them. But now we've got the big three for you, and I think you're going to love it. Save $350 per person on these member choice vacations when booked by today. This is it. The final day. So when you hear this and you want to do it, you want to save $350, 800-354-8761. So let's get started with Japan.
Absolutely. So we have Cultural Treasures of Japan. The feature dates for this $350 savings are September 13th through the 26th of 2026. So this is an amazing trip, round trip Tokyo, with our great partner, Member Choice Vacations. Beautiful, time to visit. Really nice. Japan gets very hot in the summer. It's great to visit in the summer, but it gets very hot. So September is a key time to visit. So this is a really great trip. As well as we have Italian Vistas, October 7th through the 19th of 2026. Again, beautiful time to visit Italy. You're kind of missing that peak season. So you really will see a lot thinner of crowds, which is a really great time to visit Italy. And Shades of Ireland, right around that same time, October 16th through the 25th of 2026. We've talked about it in the past, but with those direct flights to Dublin here out of Pittsburgh, Ireland is that much closer, that much more accessible. So this is a really great opportunity to take advantage of that as well.
Yeah, don't miss out. 800-354-8761. Our good buddy Matt DeRamo saved $350 per person on these member choice vacations when booked by today. End of business today. Don't put it off. It's not going to carry into next week. You got to do it now. 800-354-8761. Culture Treasures of Japan, Italian Vistas, and Shades of Ireland. We were talking about Aer Lingus when we were down at the travel show.
Right, yeah.
And I had Mr. Gerlich on the other night, Bob, talking about on my show, what was going on with all the airports and the weather. And that's going to start up in May, but that's going to be a game changer.
It really is. It's going to be, makes Europe that much more accessible. That's our third direct flight to Europe. We have the seasonal flights coming back with Iceland Air into Reykjavik. So that makes Iceland a direct flight. London is 6 nights a week. So that's,
That's wow.
It is. I would say it's so, and once you're in London, once you're in Dublin, once you're in Reykjavik, once you're there, the rest of Europe is just a hop, skip, and a jump away. So even if those are places you've explored or you want to go somewhere else, it makes it so much easier to get to Europe and be able to connect there versus going through Philadelphia or New York City or flying even in reverse to Chicago to catch some of those international flights. And we'll see more and more direct flights coming. I read yesterday, Breeze now has a direct flight to Louisville.
I saw that.
We're seeing more and more direct options. United added their direct to LAX along with American Airlines. We have those direct flights to Cancun and Punta Cana that are seasonal as well. So if you're looking to get out of the cold, those flights are already running select days of the week. So there's so many great options with the airport.
Yeah, Ida Diarico and Marita and everyone responsible, and Bevy and Terry and all of Jens and those who work for AAA. What a great experience. Pittsburgh Travel Showcase. Delta stepped up. We were able to give some stuff away because of Delta.
Yeah, there were so many different giveaways and prizes, and so it was a wonderful showcase, and already counting down to the next year.
Yeah, I know. I'm jealous. You guys have more of them coming up. And you're going to be where next month?
At the end of February, there's the show out in Allentown. So, across our East Central footprint, we try to have them in all of our major metro areas. So Allentown will be at the end of February at the Wind Creek Casino in Bethlehem.
That's pretty cool. All right, short break. We'll come back. We're going to go through everything, all the itineraries today, plus other stuff. Stay with us.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
The weather may be frigid, but the savings are hot at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank NTC?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound, and USDA Choice Petite Sirloin Sizzler Steaks are $6.99 a pound. In the produce department, red ripe strawberries, 1 pound package, 2 for $6, and fresh blueberries, 1 pint package, 2 for $6. In the bakery department, San Fran style sourdough bread is $5.50 a loaf. And in our deli department, penne pasta with bolognese sauce, 1 pound package, $5.99 each, and yellow or white Land O'Lakes American cheese is $5.49 a pound. Additional savings this week. Selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper. 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15. And selected varieties of Essential Everyday Potato Chips. 9-ounce bags, 2 for $4.
So stay warm and get in on all the hot savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Upgrading your home or office this year? Start with your windows. Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory doesn't just sell custom window treatments. Lachina makes draperies and top treatments in their Pittsburgh factory. That means better quality, low factory direct prices, and no middleman markup. Custom draperies, blinds, shades, shutters made to fit your home and budget. This year, do it right. Call Lachina at 412-665-4900 or visit lachinadrapery.com. Quality you deserve, prices you'll appreciate.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are. So what we're going to do now is kind of go through our trip and, of course, Cruise of the Week, Tour of the Week, if you will, and Cruise of the Week. Plus, we're going to remind you about this golden opportunity because it ends at today's end of business. Save $350 per person on these member choice vacations. We'll tell you all about that right now with your host from that North Hills office, the manager there for AAA. She's Caitlin Seigen. Caitlin?
Yes, so our tour of the week is our East Central featured vacation Showtime in Branson and the Great Passion Play. It's a 5-night trip, May 26th through the 31st of 2026. This includes airfare, and you fly into St. Louis, where you get to experience the Gateway Arch, you get to experience the St. Louis Wheel, really get to see the beautiful sights and sounds of St. Louis before heading to Branson, Missouri, where you get to see 4 different shows, including 6, as well as David at the Sight and Sound Theater. And you also get to travel across the border to Arkansas, to Eureka Springs, where you get to experience the Great Passion Play with a backstage tour. So it's a really great experience there in the Ozarks. Again, we're looking at May 26th through the 31st of 2026. It includes those round-trip flights. It includes hotel stays, most meals. You have a guide. You'll have all of your entry to the shows, all of those different Broadway-style shows, as well as different experiences in St. Louis, including that St. Louis Wheel. You're looking at $2,589 per person for a double occupancy and $3,039 per person single occupancy. These are the AAA member rates. And again, that's May 26th through the 31st there, exploring Branson and the Ozarks, as well as our Cruise of the Week. We're sailing aboard the Carnival Venezia to Canada and New England. Those dates are September 13th through the 20th of 2026. It is a motor cruise, so you can jump aboard that motor coach at one of our featured pickup destinations, including Cranberry Township here in Western Pennsylvania. And you get to take that motor coach the whole way to New York City. You don't have to worry about parking or flying or anything like that. The motor coach will take you to a hotel in New Jersey where you spend your first night before picking you up and taking you to the pier. But on your way, of course, you get to have a full New York City sightseeing experience. And then you have the 5-night cruise accommodations on that beautiful Carnival Venezia. It sails to St. John's, New Brunswick, and Halifax, Nova Scotia, as well as having 2 sea days on either end there, sailing in and out of New York City. It starts at $1,855 per person for an interior stateroom, going the whole way to $2,179 per person for a balcony. Those are based on double occupancy for AAA members, but either way, whether you want an ocean view, an interior, or balcony room, these are great rates and really essentially includes all of your transportation. It includes essentially everything once you're on board. You can pay for additional for excursions or a beverage package, but really it includes most meals, all of your entertainment, etc. Really great experience there, September 13th through the 20th out of New York City.
That must be a really awe-inspiring moment to look back and see the Statue of Liberty.
Right. It is just breathtaking.
Have you
really.
done it?
Yes. And it's really, really beautiful, and it's different than you see it.
Is it massive?
It is actually a lot smaller than you think it is.
Really?
Yeah. So it but so that's what makes it even more awe-inspiring when you sail by it, because it almost feels like you could reach out and touch it.
Is it on
right
a peninsula or a body of like an island? What's it on?
It's just on like its own little island, man-made island there. So Ellis Island.
How do you get there?
If you'd want to, if like you were staying in New York City and you'd want to like go and stay, they've got ferries that sail out.
But this Ellis Island is an island.
Yes. Yeah.
So you have to get there by some sort of water vehicle.
Exactly. I say that it's not like accessible by land there. You can't walk out. So, and it's really amazing. You think about how many of our ancestors came through Ellis Island and things like that. So it's.
And imagine them coming from overseas.
Absolutely.
And seeing that in the distance for the first time.
You really get to relive that when you sail out of New York City. So breathtaking, awe-inspiring moment.
And they weren't doing selfies. They were just basically taking it in. And then later when they would see it again or go welcome another relative, having that same emotion over and over because they couldn't look at it every day for the next 2 weeks. So whenever they would see it in their life, especially if they stayed in New York, I'm sure they relived coming to America.
Absolutely. It really just inspires so many emotions, and what this country is built on.
Absolutely. As we get ready to celebrate 250. Now, save $350, but you got to call 800-354-8761. I know my friend Matt DeRamo, Members Choice, they'd love to see you on all 3 of these destinations. Make the call, 800-354-8761. Go ahead.
Yes, and this again is an offer exclusive to our members. We've got 3 special departures where you can save $350 per person. You're looking at Cultural Treasures of Japan. Those dates are September 13th through the 26th of 2026. Really getting to see this amazing country of Japan. And it's a nice trip that you're there for long enough to really get to acclimate, experience the culture, the food, everything like that. See Tokyo, but also see some of those less traveled sites like Osaka and into the countryside. We also have Italian Vistas, October 7th through the 19th of 2026. Great time to visit Italy, less crowds, really getting to explore and enjoy that. As well as Shades of Ireland, October 16th through the 25th, going to visit Dublin as well as some of the countryside there and really getting to enjoy, again, a little bit less, it's not, it's less traveled this time of year. So really a great time to get to really feel like you have the country to yourself, have those less crowds, but still really get to have the full experience.
You brought me luck because it's now 15 degrees above zero. So
it's tropical out there now.
I know it is. But I got to tell you, it makes you appreciate summer and spring even more.
Absolutely. Yeah. As we've said, we've had some pretty mild winters. So it really, I know I, for one, am already dreaming of going to the beach and getting away and those warm temperatures and getting to, put my feet in the sand again and things like that. But so it really is nice to already have that planning and that dreaming and really getting to, count down the days for that.
But you realize this weekend makes it full circle. Because when you think about AAA, I know I did when I was little, and why my dad had it, even with his 6 kids, when I'm sure could use it for grocery money, is days like today.
Right.
That's AAA's claim to fame in this part of the country. If you're stuck and you have your children with you and they're small children and you're frightened, or like the other night when I was going home or coming to work on Monday, when the visibility was horrible, you couldn't tell what part of the road you were on.
Right.
It was shut down to commercial vehicles. You knew in the back of your mind, because the essential worker had to get to work no matter what. I knew I go off the side of the road, something happens, flat tire, battery dies. I've got that in my wallet, and that's a great gift to have.
Absolutely. It's the gift that keeps on giving. So we have all sorts of membership specials in the branch online. We have gift memberships. That's not just exclusive to Christmas. It's the gift that keeps on giving. So if you haven't taken advantage of that, or you know someone who hasn't taken advantage of it yet, you can get them that as a gift. Send them into the branch, have them experience all the things that we have. And, it's really a full service shopping experience when you come into a branch, getting to do home and auto insurance quotes, life insurance, travel, any kind of notary services, our retail, etc.
She's going to pick up her child, Cinnamon, the beautiful dog, at her mother's house up in Butler, where that dog has been for how long now?
Oh, she's been there for almost 3 weeks. I miss her. I'm so excited to see her.
And she actually has what's the cat's name?
Cinnabar. Cinnamon and Cinnabar. They're buddies.
And they are buddies.
They are.
You're like the cat whisperer. I mean, honestly, I never, ever was able to make a cat and a dog ever get along.
Oh, they are best buddies, and I'm sure that they're going to be so excited to be together again this afternoon.
Did they bond right away?
Pretty much, yeah.
And you said they would, and they did.
They did.
All right, listen, have a great day. Good seeing you.
Thank you. You as well.
All right, stay with us. New news, and then it's Nan Cohen.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Time is now as people want to get their tax situation squared away. It's Cole, Benoni, Wilson.
So many changes. Even the tax professionals were double checking the rules. There's dozens. You're seeing them, like you said, on the federal and state-by-state adjustments, inflation updates.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
What if you could buy a flippable, two-sided mattress made with the finest materials that cost less than other luxury brands? This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory, and this is exactly what you'll find with our new Orthos line, available exclusively at OMF. We build these by hand using premium materials like wool and cotton. It's old-world craftsmanship with modern comfort, our most extraordinary sleep system. Built locally at a price other luxury brands just can't match. Visit the Original Mattress Factory and experience the Orthos line for yourself.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medical Healthcare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 11 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Crews had to fight a fire at an apartment building in Mather, Greene County. It's happened around 2 o'clock this morning. 3 people had to be taken to the hospital. Right now, unknown are their injuries or the cause of the fire. Also, 2 people had to be taken to the hospital after an overnight fire in New Kensington. That fire broke out around 1 o'clock this morning on Oates Boulevard. No word on what caused that fire. A reminder, with the extreme cold in our area, City of Pittsburgh has 5 healthy active living centers open as warming centers today. Open until 6 o'clock today are the locations in Beachview, Greenfield, Homewood, and Sheridan. And open until 6:30 this evening is the location on the south side at 12th and Bingham Streets. Police arrested a man from New Jersey accused of transporting roughly 40,000 stamp bags of suspected fentanyl on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. 34-year-old Gerard Peralta was pulled over in Hempfield Township, Westmoreland County on Thursday morning. State troopers said they found the suspected fentanyl in a red bag in his vehicle with a street value of over $80,000. Peralta was denied bond. He's currently in the Westmoreland County Jail awaiting a preliminary hearing that's scheduled for February 11th. Well, Pittsburgh's snow removal fleet got a major boost thanks to a $2 million donation from the PNC Foundation. Mayor Corey O'Connor says the funding is the result of partnerships aimed at strengthening the city's response to winter weather.
We were sitting in command zone the other day, just watching plow trucks. We were working out, finalizing the deal with UPMC, and we just got a call. And I think that's a credit to them, knowing that they have resources that can help the city at the end of the day.
The announcement comes a day after UPMC pledged funding to help upgrade the city's EMS fleet. Former director of the Western Pennsylvania Youth Football League facing criminal charges for allegedly diverting nearly $250,000 to his personal accounts. Attorney General Dave Sunday says 57-year-old William Spencer had been director of the league when it was known as the Washington Green Youth Football League. He says Spencer used money from the league to fund his own credit cards, add to his personal retirement account, and make purchases at Amazon and other retailers. The alleged misuse happened between 2013 and 2025. KDKA Radio News Time is 12:02. The AccuWeather forecast next.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-8877. 800-885-8877. Again, that's 800-885-8877.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will end up mostly cloudy, high 16. Tonight, a flurry, otherwise cold, low 1.
Tomorrow, clouds at 20 and increasing clouds Monday, 25. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Dager, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Nan Cohen Total Talk. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know, only you, Nan Cohen, could pull off divorce and Valentine's Day and make it work. I just realized that.
I just heard from somebody. Then they asked me, I just had this conversation yesterday. And I'm like, you know what? Why couldn't I? I learned from the very best.
We just keep dancing till the music stops.
Yeah, you got to tie it all up together. It's fine.
But can I tell you, you got to look at finalization and maybe starting something new. So it kind of does go together.
It really does. And, you know, I'm going to spend a couple of minutes talking about divorce. And I want to bring in Dorothy's. And I have some stuff to talk about with Dorothy's, other than just Valentine's Day. But when you talk about, you know, I just don't do divorce. Did you know that?
I know that.
Yeah. And I'm back for the first of the year and sunglasses on in the studio. And Marlene didn't tell me. You know, it was kind of a weird way to end the year.
Yes.
You know, you've known me long enough, and there's this cycle. And, you know, we get people, you know, talking and contemplating, and they process, well, I'm going to get through the holidays, and we're going to, you know, make everything through, and then I'm going to move forward at the beginning of the year. But this year was kind of, I had a lot of people just in limbo, where I think I want to do this, but I may not want to do this. And then January came, and I mean, this is the first time I'm back here with you.
On the last day of January.
On the last day, and it just imploded with like almost, you know, some uncertainty of it's just not, divorce is not always the answer.
Mm-mm.
And people, I think, are now realizing after I've preached this so long that it's the work you have to do. The hardest job you're ever going to have.
So what would you do if somebody said to you, and you've never had really any argument with them since you basically broke up, and it's been very pleasant, you get to get along like perfectly, and then that person says to you as you're leaving, hey, I got to ask you something, and you like turn around and they say, so why did we ever get divorced? So how do you handle something like that? I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and I went, yeah. He goes, yeah. She's like, why do we ever get divorced? Well, is that just like, okay, water over the bridge, forget about it, it's good that we're getting along, or should you go back and maybe re-examine it again?
So, you know, as long as you've known me, I've preached the ages and stages, right?
Now,
so
yeah.
The ages and stages of a marriage, right? You get married, and it's this, you've had your best foot forward, and you're moving along, and then kids come along, and everybody's self-adjusting, and friendships change, relationships change, and the kids become sometimes the glue of these relationships, right? And as long as the kids keep it going, you might be distancing yourself from that partner. You didn't stop to say, hey, I'm here. You know, we do the kid thing, but do we do our thing? And everything becomes blended. And then after the kids, they grow and those changes happen, and they're off to college. And then a lot of times you're sitting there with like, who is this person? Well, instead of jumping on that and going and getting reconnected, they want to disconnect and say, where have you been? Where have you been all these years? I don't want this investment. What are you doing? And so you find that stop. It's normal. It happens. But you got to figure your way through it. And that's where the work comes. And yeah, it changes. Changes grow with you, and doesn't mean you're always accepting those changes. And so I'm doing an interesting podcast of a couple who actually divorced and spent 3 years each working independently. And during one of their exchanges with their children, they were both kind of at the same place in their own processes of putting themselves back together. Mm-hmm. And somebody made an innocent comment, and the wife said, did you just say that? And I said, yeah. I said, I'm really trying to figure this out. you weren't the problem in this, and I've learned that I did that, and they're getting married again.
So
remarried.
we had, and listen, I haven't done this since my first girlfriend when I was 13, but I get on the phone with Nan, and it's like I feel like I'm back on the top landing of the basement steps with the door shut and the cord. Where are you still talking to that girl? I was on the phone with you for like an hour last night.
I told that to the girls on the way up. Yep.
I haven't talked to anybody that long, but then as I hung up, I have fallen in love with this show, Landman. Okay.
Oh yeah.
With Billy Bob Thornton and Allie Larder.
Yep.
And they're a couple that were divorced, but now they're living together. So I thought, I'm going to ask Nan about this. Say people who got divorced, but they end up reconnecting and they live together, but they don't want to get married, and it's working that way. Is that okay?
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
But it really, they seem very happy.
And who defines things by a piece of paper today, right? We've seen, didn't we all live through the era, you and I, they're going to stick together because they have to have the piece of paper. You got to be married. You can't live together. You can't. It's not that way. And I think you define your relationships, and who's defining them but you?
And I think sometimes, and I believe in marriage. I've tried it enough times, right? But I think people they worry about finances, and they worry about security, and that puts another layer of fear. And sometimes when you're not married, you're relaxed, and you just kind of go through it normally and just live and enjoy life without that burden of, if I make one wrong move, this could cost me. Or how many times
No, and I deal with this all the time, but we have ways to protect those things. And those second marriages, third marriages, we sit down. We want to do this. You've got family. Sometimes those, outsourcing of the family.
But Nan, you're the professional.
No,
how do you do that and actually have trust when you already, and I've been there, where you put something on paper that if something goes wrong, this is how it's going to work, and you're not going to be able to claim what you normally would be if this was a traditional divorce. And I'm looking at both the man and woman. Doesn't that really put a burden on a marriage?
Absolutely not. What really has to be.
Now, if you own a big business, I understand that. Different.
Listen, as long as you communicate and you have trust and you have the foundation to that, it'll all work. If you got honesty and you know what you're getting into, you know what you're signing, you understand why you're signing it, hey, go for it.
And if I had a major corporation and I had my children bringing people into the family, then I definitely think you need it. But what about the other thing you told me?
I disagree. I think even average Jane and Joe
should have it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Have to have those conversations.
Well, let me ask you one other thing, and that is, and you said this to me, a lot of people, because of financial reasons, aren't divorcing in as large numbers as they used to.
Right. But that doesn't make for healthy relationships. No. The financial impact, you're saving the money, but you're a lot of times destroying children. And that's where I have issues. When push comes to shove, why you stay in this? And I also look at it for the fact of, this isn't a dress rehearsal every day.
No.
It's just not. And nobody knows what tomorrow is going to bring. I can't worry about yesterday. That's over, right? Today's the most important day of my life. Tomorrow, I don't know. I could put the protecting pieces on that, but why? Do it. You don't get this opportunity. Live today.
Yeah, because you're not guaranteed anything.
Correct.
And we've seen that, as you have, way too often. How do people actually get in touch with you if they've got some divorce-related questions?
So it's really interesting. After I talked to you last night, I got, email me, get me through my website, hit that website up, divorcerealityexpert.com, and you can always email me there. But I'll tell you, people want to talk. They want somebody that has an ear, that is in this industry. And I say, I have a niche and what I do and how I do it. But when I get that call for, I want a divorce, I have to have the divorce, it's going to be the divorce, I always say, you give me a lifeline, you give me one thread that I can grab onto, we're going to make sure that's the route you need to take. And inevitably, divorce is going to happen. It's inevitable in certain situations. But I think divorce, I've said this, Judge Larry Kaplan, who got me into this originally, he was my sounding board. He said, Nan, marriage is just too disposable.
Yeah.
And those were his words from the bench one day. And he's right. It's just chalk it up. No, let's get in there and do the work. The grass isn't always greener on the other side.
My dad used to say, the reason it's not greener, it's a septic tank.
Ow. Ouch.
He was good. He was
Ouch.
good. Come on, you can relate to that.
I got you.
All right, listen.
I got you.
We'll take my dad. God bless him. All right, let's take a short break. We'll come back. Stay with us. Much more to come today. Nan Cohen still. Marlene's almost here. Dorothy's Candy. Valentine's Day next.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell Good RX Rodent, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'll put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Tune in to KDKA Radio every Thursday at 2:37 p.m. for your weekly Medicare update with Lisa Lauro from Secure Money Health. Lisa will provide you information on everything related to Medicare and how to prepare for it. Brought to you by Secure Money Health.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Let me tell you why Nan Cohen is so good at what she does, and I've known her for 30-plus years. You know, when I first got divorced 15 years ago, it was horrible. I didn't want to talk about it, couldn't stand being there. In fact, I used to think, how can I get out of these shows? But now I really find it fascinating, and I would love to do more on it because I think because I walked the walk, and you did it well too before you met your beautiful Mel. I think we can help people.
We can make a difference. I say it's one client at a time, and that's all. You know, getting into this work, you know, I've been fortunate enough to be surrounded by really good people, and I've picked up the radio thing. I've picked up, you know, the business side of the divorce and all of that. And I've kept, you know, I remember Donna one time, I was sitting in her backyard at her table, and she looked at me and she said, well, you've reinvented yourself once, twice, you'll do it again. You remember that? And it's the truth. And I'm going out on another limb with the podcast. I'm launching, and I'm going to run with it. And the people I'm meeting and the places I'm going, you know, it's somebody's got to do this work.
You know, I was spending a little bit of time with my children, Robbie and Eva, the other day, and just thinking about their future and where they are. And look, 24, 26, they are so far ahead of where I was at that age, just vocabulary-wise. And that's why I think being able to hear this type of stuff, and they were mentioning Marty Griffin to me, and they were, you know, that they listen to them. And I'm like, well, we hear you once in a while, Dad, but you have to understand you're on at night when we're at home. You know, so it's a little bit different. But they are listening to what's happening in the world today. They are listening to what's happening in the world today. So it's nice to know that these young people are inquisitive and paying attention. And I think if they hear stuff like this, it can prevent many of them of going through some of the things that we went through.
I have to agree with you. The young people today sometimes that's too interchangeable for them. They
Yes.
don't know what the long haul was. And, you know, last night you said something about your dad.
Yeah.
And, you know, that stage of the parent is they were in it. There was no option of divorce.
No.
And today, you know, what you're seeing is you hope the younger generation's heading in the right direction, making the commitments, getting out there and exploring. You just don't say yes to the first person that comes on. Know what you want. Expand your horizons. Make sure that person is what you want. Because quite often you see that's where Judge Kaplan comes back. Marriage is disposable.
It is.
It shouldn't be. But that's kind of the way it goes.
So what did they do, my parents? Because I'm sure they had issues, but they didn't counsel. They didn't. I mean, how did they get through it? Did they just wait it out until where it was they were together and it just kind of passed, or how did they do that without professional counseling and all of that we have today?
That's exactly the point. They didn't have it, so they had to make it work. They had to survive.
My mother used to say, "So where are you going?" So where are you going? And my dad, I'm just...
That was where are you going?
I'm going to go to the couch and sit down. Is that okay?
Well, I'm going to leave, but I'll be back because where am I going to go, right? Yeah, but in today's time, it's a different level. I can go. And you also realize that the financial impact for younger people today, these kids are out there. They're making the money younger, you know, where you had to wait and work and invest and save. A lot of the younger generation is bringing it in instantaneously.
Listen, my 26-year-old's doing better than me, and he owned a house. I said to him the other day, I said, how long have you had this house? He said, like 2 years. So he's been a homeowner for 2 years. It took me to be like in my 30s before I owned a house. So
Correct.
They in 401k, they have the financial advisor. It's different now, man. It really is.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Well, and I can tell you this much. I think that, you know, the first key everybody wants to check off in their box is, you know, a therapist, you know. Yeah, and everybody needs them, and they're there with a wealth of information. And, you know, we got marriage coaches, we got divorce coaches, we've got private coaching, people coaching, life coaching. Everybody's doing everything, right? Know when you need the help. That's the biggest thing is you enter these, and I'll say it for relationships. They'll enter relationships and not really realize what you present.
Right.
And then you're surprised because what you see, and oftentimes I can pick out with some of the professionals is people enter these marriages and some of the stuff is so squelched down below, and you're in it 5 years, 10 years, and that stuff, that old stuff that was unsettled wasn't settled, and all of a sudden the target is the spouse, and it's really not. So.
And I also think you have to have that meeting and come to Jesus, if you will, about marriage is not going to be easy. And, see,
it's the hardest job you're ever going to have.
My parents talked to me about sex at 13 or 12, whenever, but they never talked to me about marriage. And I thought it was going to be like the way it was in my house growing up. You just got through it.
Do you want me to be quiet on that one?
No. But that's why I'm so good at one and not so good at the other.
That's why I learned from the best.
I know.
I learned from the best. But, you know, I think when you look back, even you know the mistakes that were made, right?
Every day.
You know, would have, could have, should have. But then you're also enlightened with, you know, I did this thing. And I always say to spouses, I just said this to somebody the other day. I was like, on the verge, I said, you know, stop. Just be thankful. For the one thing you need to be thankful for was that spouse and you created your family. You've got your children.
Right.
Be grateful for that. If you can't move on with anything else, that's where you've got to focus that.
Here's the last thing, and I know we got to get to break and talk about Valentine's Day. But if you've been married multiple times, and I have, and if you don't get yourself straight after the first one, doesn't matter who's responsible.
Oh, well,
it's scar tissue to where you already have your ears up and you have your defenses up before you even say I do. You already are playing out what's going to happen to you again, even though that person had nothing to do with what the other person did to you.
Well, because you see this, it's such a pattern that you see that the next person's going to solve the problems. The next person's going to fix the issues. And you see these people going from relationship, not always a marriage, but, you know, a committed relationship. You'll see them with, it's the next person, it's the next person, it's the next person. And you know, nobody says ding, ding, ding. It's not them. It's me, and that's the hardest part.
Listen, bottom line is, you're at fault no matter what you think. It's not all one person. Never in any situation. Never.
Haven't found perfect yet.
No. And if you do, let me know because it's
I'll
not out
share.
there. It's not out there. Please just remind folks how they can get a hold of you.
I got to tell you, hop on my website. Got lots of stuff coming up.
Well, tell them what your website is.
It is divorcerealityexpert.com. You can always reach me at 412-996-3346. My close-in peeps keep telling me that my phone and my voicemail is full. I know, and we manage it every day. And that's because the people are doing the right thing. They're calling. They're emailing. We've got you. We'll get to you. We're taking care of you.
You know, Johnny Carson, you and I were talking about him last night, but I just realized this sitting here with you. You know, his last wife was from Pittsburgh, Alex, right? But married 4 times, and they made the jokes like Mickey Rooney 8 times jokes. And I joke about it too, but make no mistake about it. It's painful. You only laugh like a clown, tears on the outside, you know, laughing on the inside, crying on the inside. Bottom line is every divorce hurts, and you never, ever truly get over it. You don't.
No, because that relationship, my hope is that when you say I do, you did. And there's where it should sit. You made that commitment. And again, as I say, divorce is not, it shouldn't be disposable. And if you're going to make those commitments, hey, be grateful.
Do you think it's right to have that 2 year off, that 2 years in case one doesn't want to sign, to give people?
It's no longer 2 years. It's 1 year.
Oh, they took it down to 1.
Yep, it's 1 year. But yeah, and I think that that's a reality check. But this interesting couple that I was telling you earlier about before, you know, that time away, they're remarried, and they've just had another child,
and they're doing good.
And yeah, and I don't know what the pause time is. I don't say it's 3 years. But I do think it's time to, sometimes you got to reach out and call. And to be honest, it's the professor at Pitt that said to me, man, since you handle divorce so well, you've got to be able to handle marriage. And yeah, I do. And I can.
You know what else I've noticed a lot of talking to various young people? They're not all wanting to have kids.
No.
I mean, they come right out and say, well, no, we don't want any kids.
Right. Or you're seeing a lot of them having children when they're older.
Or 4-legged children. Dogs, cats.
Right. That's the property piece. That's the property piece in the divorce. Yeah. And we've got custody pieces going back and forth with that. But
that's amazing. All right, listen.
DivorceRealityExpert.com.
All right, take us to break. Tell everybody who's coming up.
So I've been singing the Love Boat song. And then as we were talking about this on commercial break, the best part of the commercial break was I said, I'll sing Love Boat. And Rob goes, I'll sing Titanic. You gotta love us.
Hey, I tell you,
that's the frickin' the frack.
When I saw Titanic in the movies, you ever have one of you've been up too many days and you're exhausted and you want to take this girl out on a date, and you start crying uncontrollably, like a 5-year-old when he dies at the end, and these people in this place were looking at me like, "What is wrong with you?" And I'm like, "I'm really tired. I don't know why I'm crying, but I'm crying." That was a pretty good movie.
I agree.
All right,
let's do this break thing. Mar, you coming up when we come back? I'm here. All right, we got a surprise when we come back.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
We got a surprise.
No, you don't.
I wouldn't. Everybody listening and watching, stay tuned, because I think we're going to get you.
More hopeless hope. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Every Friday at 6, we bring you the best players, the best sounds of the game, and the best matchups in the WPIAL. This week, McKeesport visits Gateway, presented by Invisalign, Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine, official sports medicine of high school basketball, and brought to you by Tobacco-Free Adagio Health, only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 12 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A vehicle crashed this morning on the southbound side of I-79 and flipped onto its roof and over a guardrail. Crash happened in the Collier Township area. Right now it's unclear what led to that crash, but there were no injuries reported. Incident caused a large backup of traffic on 79 southbound. One person was taken to the hospital after a crash in Fawn Township, Allegheny County. That crash happened Friday evening in the 2600 block of Bull Creek Road. Police say a driver in a Nissan Frontier struck an oncoming SUV. Police believe the driver of the Nissan was driving too fast to navigate the bend in the road. That driver is in the hospital. Cause of the crash under investigation. KDK Radio News time is now 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell Good RX Road and hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Hot foot it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon stays very cold as we turn out cloudy, high 16. Could be a flurry this evening, then cold tonight, low 1. Clouds tomorrow at 20. Sun gives way to clouds Monday at 25. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Dager, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Nanco and Total Talk.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back Nanco and Total Talk. We now shift gears and we get to Dorothy's Candies. You ever feel as though we're just living in Marlene's world?
It's
a great world.
All right, I said we got a surprise when we came back, and I need the choir ready.
Yes.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear my Robbie. Happy birthday to you.
At least somebody didn't forget. Thank you.
Many more.
And many more. Do you want the Love Boat theme now?
No, that's okay.
Did anybody do this for you?
No.
Banana.
I will take that with me, and I will devour that late tonight.
I was scared to light it in the studio. I didn't want to light it.
No. Believe me, if I have one of those strawberries right now, I'm going to finish the whole box before I leave. So let me finish my show first.
Yes.
How did you remember banana cake's my favorite?
I know everything. Do you know how long we've known each other? How long?
30-some years.
They're closer to, we're heading to 40, so yeah.
You know what they say at my age, don't buy any green bananas.
We're over the 35.
Here,
banana.
That was very nice of you guys. Thank you very much.
And you got us all to sing.
I was hoping for something else, but I'll settle for the cake.
I was working on the other thing, but, commercial break happened.
Listen, cut the guy some slack here, okay?
So
my time.
your birthday was acknowledged here in the studio.
There you go.
I appreciate it.
Deservedly so.
Yes. I'm licking the icing.
Here's what's amazing. I'm 69 now, okay? 39 went like this. From 39 to 69.
Yep.
Like a blink.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't even know where my 40s went.
Yeah.
And I feel great, but it's just, that's why what you talk about and talking about going to get some candy and relaxing and spending time with, you got to do it, man.
Yeah.
And these young couples, you got to take time and relax and smell the coffee.
And I think
easier said than done.
I know, Marlene.
Unfortunately,
I know. It's hard.
It is.
It is.
And we're sitting here, and we should also say congratulations to this one. Her daughter Emily. Emily got married last week.
Yes, she did.
Mazel
Yay.
tov. Yeah. You think I forgot?
You.
I take care of everything.
I didn't know you were bringing that up. Oh yeah, it was wonderful.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Yeah. Mar had her wedding. Her daughter would look beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Donna.
Mar, well, let me tell you, we weren't allowed to post anything just quite yet, we were told.
Yeah.
But those pictures will be appearing. And yeah, beautiful. It's beautiful. It was at Lamont. We were at the Lamont.
Yes.
So, mazel tov.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you very
welcome.
much.
Can I talk about something serious with Dorothy's?
Sure.
Are you up for this, Rob?
I sure am.
I had the pleasure talking to Robert Castell, the owner, a couple times this week. And I think we need to take a serious conversation. I don't think people realize what it takes to have a business, a small business today. I think that the hiccups, of running it, people just don't stop. They walk in the store and they think it's all about, I got to grab my candy. I don't think they realize the longevity that this business has and what it takes and the uncertainty of the world. Things have come into place where, the skyrocketing costs of chocolate, the skyrocketing costs of the hard goods, and people just don't seem to understand, these are treasures. And we're so fortunate here in Pittsburgh. And, they say, oh, you talk like your buddy Rob Pratt and with all about the history and letting go and the way it was. What do you do with this stuff? You have to appreciate this is the fabric of Pittsburgh. Getting in there. This guy, Robert, every day goes down and starts with getting the chocolate ready. Nobody does it but him. You can have hundreds of people, but it's him putting his own mental being into this. And it's tough.
It is tough.
And people don't understand. It's tough, and you get through a holiday season like we came off of Christmas, and, we're right back at it at Valentine's Day and then Easter, and it's tough. Yeah. I see the struggles. He's been fortunate with some really good employees, but he's also struggles with the fact of getting new employees. I got to tell you, Rob, people want to say it, and I listen to all the talk that goes on. There's jobs out there, and people aren't wanting to take them. They're just not.
No.
And it's tough. And I really feel for him today because when I see him and I walked past the office one day, he was talking to you and then he went and he sat down. And just to see him sitting there thinking.
He does that. He really does.
Marlene goes to put an order in for something. And next thing you know, she's coming back. She says, I heard you on the phone. You're like, well, I got to talk to Bob. And Bob, the owner, just doesn't compromise on. He's not going to just change something because it's unavailable or go to a lesser value of a nut. And people don't understand that. When you're getting a quality product, that's because he takes the time to do that. I feel bad.
Well, that's what I tell people when they come in, which I love hearing, is they'll say, oh, this is wonderful, or this is the best chocolate, and they write us notes. I always tell them when they're in the store, behind this door you know, what is behind there, you would not believe. The manufacturing's behind there. Everybody who's working on everything is behind there that makes this store look so wonderful and desirable for what they want. But and some people just think it's a small thing that's going on. There's so much happening to get everything out to that point to sell. And it is a big process.
Well, you fill the studio whenever you come in, and people don't realize that, and I'm not making it political. Please don't even start. I don't want it in my email. But at the end of the day, there's been a drastic change. And these tariffs and stuff that have come into effect, the trickle-down effect hits all of us. And you're looking at these boxes, and you're looking at the paper, and you're looking at the tissue, and you're looking at the ties, and you're looking at the bows. And then the whole side of it, that's not even the chocolate effect, right?
No, that's right.
That's the other part that goes into it. But, you got to really sit down. When I saw him thinking, I thought, he's in deep thought. And, he comes out and he's, you're telling him, you sent him in there because there were some price increases again on some stuff. And, he comes back out and you see him, pondering, but he comes out and he says, Mar, get it ordered, get it done. And you do. And I just think people need to think. And I don't have any problem with large businesses, and, big business can absorb a lot more than the small business. But, when you sit in Pittsburgh and you appreciate, as Rob and I will go to, when you hear and you see and you can experience the exact same thing that you did 50 years ago, and it doesn't change, 60 years ago, it doesn't change. The business is 70.
70, going on 79. And that's why we're still here, is because we don't change it like that, and people like what they're getting.
Oh, of course.
And that's why they keep coming back, and that's the reason for the longevity.
But I also say, boy, oh boy, what about, what would his mom say?
Oh, right.
What would she say?
Well, that's why he works so hard today. It's more about carrying on the tradition and his customers that have been coming for generations.
Absolutely.
That's why he works.
Yes.
That's the sole reason this guy is still doing what he's doing.
That's why he does it.
Yep.
And you look at it, the building expenses and the equipment expenses, and it's the stuff we hear all the time. But I often think, if I could have 5 minutes with his mom, Dorothy, and say, did you ever think about this, or could you imagine the way this was going? And what would she say? And she'd probably say, well, Nan, that's why you're getting your strawberries for Valentine's Day. Yeah. It's an amazing job that he does. But I do think that we all need to step it up. We all need to take that minute and say, you know what? It is a small business. You see these fine retailers, Donna, we're big fans of a small business in Oakmont, right? Carabella. Right? These people, these independent people, they're not always the big box stores that you're going into.
That's you.
That was me.
That's my new song, by the way.
You love it?
I love
You
Bruno
love
Mars.
all my music.
I love
That's
Bruno Mars.
Yeah.
I just might.
That's just, yeah. Okay.
He's just doing basically John Travolta with somebody who can actually sing. And John can sing, but he can't sing or perform like Bruno. But the whole disco thing, that's all Saturday Night Fever from 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Everything that's old is new again.
Isn't that amazing how that happens?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's taken us back there, and we're still going on.
Yeah, man, we were cool back then.
He follows me. It's my music. Just so you know, you heard him say it. It's your music.
I love that song.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Bruno Mars.
He's incredible.
I had to put your photo to it. So.
Oh, am I in that?
Yeah.
Nice. I made it to the big time.
Of course you are.
Nice.
I don't forget the people who support me. I never did.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
All right. So and here's something I gotta tell you. Mara and I did this video the other day. We were down at the store, and I think I ended it with "Get your orders in for strawberries."
Yes.
So somebody sent us a message, and she said, "I was one of those people." And I said, "I tell people all the time. I've used every possible option to tell people we don't like for you not to have your stuff, but Mar, we can say that when people come in and they want to grab one of these packs of strawberries, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're grabbing 3 of them. They're giving them to the nanny. They're giving them to their neighbor. They're giving them to their aunt. And so inevitably, we always have some out in the store, but the process is keeping them. They're fresh.
Right,
fresh,
they're perishable.
fresh.
So we do so many, but they do get sold quickly because we, like you say, people are going in to pick their own up and grabbing more off of the counter.
Okay, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, I'm going to be giving some strawberries away.
All right.
That's next on KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The weather may be frigid, but the savings are hot at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, pork baby back ribs, $2.99 a pound, and USDA Choice Petite Sirloin Sizzler Steaks are $6.99 a pound. In the produce department, red ripe strawberries, 1 pound package, 2 for $6, and fresh blueberries, 1 pint package, 2 for $6. In the bakery department, San Fran style sourdough bread is $5.50 a loaf. And in our deli department, penne pasta with bolognese sauce, 1 pound package, $5.99 each, and yellow or white Land O'Lakes American cheese is $5.49 a pound. Additional savings this week. Selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper. 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15. And selected varieties of Central Everyday Potato Chips. 9-ounce bags, 2 for $4.
So stay warm and get in on all the hot savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACKvacations.com. That's SWACKvacations.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So why do you think, as we come back here for the final segment, why are chocolate-covered strawberries such a big-ticket item? I mean, it's like 24-karat gold.
It is amazing.
A health thing.
Yes, you're right. You're right. That's it, Marlene.
Yeah. And yeah, you have nuts in yours. We have all of our protein.
What's fruit?
And
Justifiable.
Exactly.
He's all into my music over there. If you could only be here live.
Listen, I did that on purpose, but I love that song. That's such a throwback.
Yep.
But he's so talented, that kid.
He is.
It's the number one trending.
And you know where he got his name, Bruno, right?
Yep.
That's pretty amazing. San Martino. That's pretty wild.
Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Bruno.
There you go.
Yeah, that's Larry does the story like nobody can.
And here's what's ironic.
Larry Richard.
Elvis Presley, he was an impersonator when he was a kid. Loved Elvis. That was like his hero, okay? Do you realize Elvis's last performance before his death in August of 1977 was here in Pittsburgh on New Year's Eve, 1976? So this year, it'll be 50 years, Elvis's last performance, Civic Arena, New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
That's
Ask me anything.
She is the Elvis.
So
she
you know
she
that.
is
You know
Elvis
that.
everything.
I loved Elvis.
Yeah, she does. Do you know that she made me schlep to some guy's house? Where?
Bob Joyce in Arkansas.
And I had to go to Arkansas, walk up the guy's driveway,
you went.
knock on his door because she told me he's Elvis. And
That's why I had jet black hair all those years.
I know.
Because of Elvis.
People did that.
I did it.
But he did. He actually did.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
sideburns.
this is what Elvis would look like if he would have lived to be 69.
Oh.
Old and, bald.
69 isn't old.
No, I know. You're right.
Thank you.
You're right.
Sick.
But you realize he was
got chocolate over here, man.
only 42 when he died.
Do you realize?
That's so sad.
Do you realize 69 is the new?
Say 49. Yeah, I was really hip when I was
29. Will that work for you?
No, I wouldn't want to be 29 again.
We're never going to let you live this one down of your 69th birthday.
But can I tell you something? I'm glad that I made it, but it is surreal. I mean, look, you know the schedule I kept for years. I mean,
Listen.
never was home. Go, go, go.
Okay, so I'm going to give some strawberries away.
How are you going to do that?
I'm going to tell you, but here's what I'm going to do. Marlene, this is what we're going to do. Rob and I, for his 69th birthday, we're going to do a TikTok to that song. You got it?
Okay.
We're actually going to record a TikTok.
Not today.
Not today. No, I'm not. No, but we are going to do that in honor of your 69th birthday. Pratt's first TikTok.
All
it's
right.
going to be
And we
to
will-
Bruno's song.
We will have a chiropractor standing by.
Not for you, not for me. No, we're going to do that.
But you know what's funny? All those moves, we were doing all that stuff. 2 and 3, 4. We used to go right over here at the Holiday Inn, Green Tree, Sunday nights. Dance.
Are we doing this at your house?
Yeah, we can do it wherever you want.
Okay. We got a date. Mar, are you going to join us?
Oh, you betcha.
And that other thing,
Donna said, I want to film this one.
and the other thing you promised me, bring that too as part of the.
I can do that.
Okay.
I got that. It's all relative.
Perfect.
All right. Strawberries.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Gastal, the owner of Dorothy's, loves to make people happy. So what we're going to do is get over to the Dorothy's Candies page. I've got some questions up there. Tell us why you would like them. I will have another post up there later this afternoon. Go, because Marlene and I are going to be giving away the 6-pack of strawberries. So if you
six pack, no,
a 6-pack. I don't know how many are in there.
Eight to sometimes.
Well, it goes
10.
by weight, right? So
It goes by weight, but sometimes
I don't know.
we can fit. It
Well,
depends
those
on the size
strawberries
of
are
the
so
strawberries.
gigantic.
They are. Listen, this is another reason why you want to go to see Robert and Marlene.
Look, she had to cut it for me because
in
I could not hold the whole big
I've
strawberry.
never seen
Strawberries
anything.
is big.
Never.
I put the actual pictures up of strawberries that come out of there. It's crazy.
And these were the smallest ones I found.
So
I had to search through.
and she does, and she's the strawberry extraordinary. I mean, she definitely has to have her number of strawberries. But I'm going to make this available. Mar, we're going to sit down. We're going to listen to people. What would be special? Some people have already commented on there. There's a lot. Go to Dorothy's Candies. You can hit it up to the social media right from Dorothy'sCandies.com. If you want to go there without just hitting social, go. But I'm going to tell you, order them. If you know you need them for that special person, those special whoever, go get on and order them because you don't want to be like, I felt so bad. We maybe have to send her some.
And we're doing the strawberries the 12th, the 13th, and the 14th this coming 2 weeks. It will be on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
And the best part of this is, if you're lucky enough to be on my VIP list, I will be giving you some. So go. Hit it up.
VIP list?
Yeah, I get. Has my VIP list grown every year, Mark?
Oh, yes, it has. Definitely.
And it's truly the people that I love get them. So, so reach out.
Yes, so
go.
I need that order.
You've been told what to do. If you want these strawberries, go ahead.
They're so good.
And watch us because we have so much fun on there. So, all right, that's what you got to do. Dorothy'sCandies.com is your everything you need chocolate for Valentine's Day is where you need to be. Ours, Marlene.
Yes, we are open 10 to 4 Saturday through, well, you could say Monday through Saturday.
Oh, man.
We're not open on Sundays right now. They're divine. I know.
It's all over. It's everywhere. The juice.
I know. I'm waiting for you to talk so I can finish my other half. I know.
One bite and you'll know.
Yeah, it
it's
really
Dorothy's
is.
Candies.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, and that's why they are perishable and we make them fresh for you. So we have the pickup on the 12th, 13th, 14th, starting around noon. Because they'll be made that morning, the day you want them. And when you go online or call in, you just tell us which day you want to pick up. So we have them fresh.
I don't know
for
where
you.
she got the strawberries. They're unbelievable.
She'll never tell you either.
I'm just telling you.
They're so good.
They are unreal. Juicy.
You never know. It's
They
a
don't
good
skimp. They don't skimp on anything.
No.
Anything. And I've been around a lot of other people, and I've never seen anything like this.
Well, it's nice because you can mix up your flavors of dark chocolate, white chocolate, Swiss chocolate. We have a fancy box. It has a coconut rolled one rolled in crunched nuts. Just wonderful. You get your choice.
You can do a lot of bartering with those chocolate-covered strawberries.
And we do sell a lot.
I have to tell you, they make the cutest chocolate box. For anybody that's getting engaged or whatnot,
Yep.
the
The
keepsake chocolate box is the most adorable thing. And you want, Rob, you'll understand this. Can you hand me my favorite box of candies there, Mar?
Oh, the sea salt?
The heart. My Richard Gere box.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, Richard Gere.
You know which movie I'm talking about?
What, American Gigolo?
When he comes up the escalator and he's in his tux.
Yeah.
Hello, this is my Richard Gere box. I think I'm taking this one home.
That movie changed my life. I became fixated with clothes.
This box just says Richard Gere all over it for
Debbie
me.
Harry.
Oh.
Singing that song.
All
All
right.
right, take me to break.
Take you to break. We got a TikTok that's going to be happening, I'm for sure. Dorothy'sCandies.com. Hey, you can always find me, DivorceRealityExpert.com. We've done everything we can and celebrated your birthday.
Thank you all. I love you, and you'll see.
I'm back next week.
February 7th at 7. Folks, thank you very much, Marlene. I appreciate it very much. All right, stay with us because we've got news coming up, and then Mr. Bartley will be here later today. Lots of good stuff. Stay with us, and we'll be back before you know it. First thing tomorrow morning, right after CBS Radio News at 5 a.m. And Rob Taylor is at the anchor desk. He'll have the latest coming up in that news, which is just minutes away. It's your Pratt Pack. Have a great rest of your day, and I'm sure you've heard this a few times. Stay warm.
The proceeding was paid for by Nanco and Total Talk. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Time is now as people want to get their tax situation squared away. It's Cole, Benoni, Wilson.
So many changes. Even the tax professionals were double checking the rules. There's dozens. You know, you're seeing them, like you said, on the federal and state by state adjustments, inflation updates.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Throughout Black History Month, the city of Pittsburgh celebrates the spirit and heroism of the Vachon family. Downtown, on Friday evening, February 6th, join a reception in the City County Building Grand Lobby. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. PA 211 is a free confidential service available 24/7. If you're facing challenges with basic needs like food, insecurity, housing, or utility bills, help is just a phone call away. Dial 211 or PA211.org to connect with local resources today.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 13 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A vehicle crashed this morning on the southbound side of I-79, flipped onto its roof and over a guardrail. Crash happened in the Collier Township area. It's unclear what led to that crash. No injuries were reported. The incident this morning caused a large backup of traffic on 79 southbound. 2 people were injured in an overnight fire in New Kensington. That fire broke out around 1 o'clock this morning on Oates Boulevard. Still no word on the extent of the injuries or what caused that fire. And in Mather, Greene County, crews fought a fire at an apartment building on 3rd Street. 3 people were taken to the hospital there. That fire began overnight. Unknown the extent of injuries, and the cause of the fire is under investigation. As we experience this extreme cold in our area, the city of Pittsburgh reminds you that they have 5 active living centers open today as warming centers. Open right now, the locations in Beachview, Greenfield, Homewood, and Sheridan. They'll be open until 6 o'clock tonight, and then open until 6:30 this evening. The location on the south side at the corner of 12th and Bingham Streets. Police arrested a man from New Jersey accused of transporting roughly 40,000 stamp bags of suspected fentanyl on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. 34-year-old Gerard Peralta was pulled over in Hempfield Township, Westmoreland County on Thursday morning. State troopers said they found the suspected fentanyl in a red bag in his vehicle with a street value of over $80,000. Peralta was denied bond. He's currently in a Westmoreland County prison, awaiting a preliminary hearing scheduled for February 11th. A meeting is set for this weekend to discuss a project that has been seen by many as a major economic shot in the arm for a local county that needs it. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
The Sunday meeting at the Indiana Theater in Indiana is being organized by a group called CROW, Concerned Residents of Western PA. The cover photo on the group's Facebook page is a series of no data center badges, calling itself a grassroots movement opposing the proposed data center and power plant in nearby Homer City. The $10 billion project, to be powered by the largest natural gas plant in the U.S., was announced last April with plans for it to become operational by 2028. Crow denies the project would create lasting jobs, claiming large data centers average about 27 people. They also raise concerns that the plant could release up to 917 tons of ammonia each year. Media reports say no one from Homer City Redevelopment was asked to speak at the event, and an elected official from the area told me off the record that he hadn't been notified and that opponents are a very small minority in Homer City. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.